me fix my hair a little bit. Everybody can't take my hair. Um, and I don't apologize for that. That's who I am. And I love being me. Today I'm having this Google Hangout. I took some notes, so let me follow my notes first, and then I'm gonna do me. Um, I want to thank you for joining me for this first and many conversations on changing attitudes towards women and femies worldwide. I'm getting a lag. Internet must not be working. It dropped as if I lag with you all. I did try to set it up through Ethernet, but it looked like it's lagging. But we're going to do this anyway. So yes, I want to thank y'all for joining me for this conversation. It's the first of many because it's time for a change. We really do need to change the way we treat each other. We need to change how we act towards each other. So I've been doing this documentary for about 4 years now. Next year will be my 5th year, and I'm wrapping it up. And the reason why I'm wrapping it up and doing campaigns is because I'm tired of getting out there in the streets screaming and shouting and campaigning. Like, I bust through them doors, you know, I'm the loudest one out there. So I come through and they know it's me coming through. I'm tired of all of that, you know what I'm saying? Because yeah, it's shutting things down and yeah, it's bringing attention to me, but we need change. So I decided to become the change that I really want to see in our communities. And that's the real reason why I'm hosting these conversations. So we can show the women that's out there doing the change, being a part of the change that we want to see in our communities, and also bring us together so we can learn to support each other, because that's the most important piece, is learning to support each other. I'm very, very grateful for everybody that signed on today to be a part of this conversation. And I'm ready to grow my advocacy with you all, because the work you do is really, really important. Like, y'all make it happen. I always hear about the work that you do until after the fact. And sometimes they never hear about it, but they feel it. They feel the effects of the work that you do. So I just think it's really important to show who's doing, and let you all speak about the work that you're doing and showcase the work that you're doing. Have this platform to also showcase and broadcast the work that you're doing. It's important because we need change. We need to look at each other and learn to support each other more than anything. This conversation is personal. It's very personal because I'm out there and I'm seeing what's going on in our communities. And I'm looking at our young females, and it's grim. And not all of our females is falling off like that, but enough of them is. So if one is, then all of them are to me. So if one of my sisters is hurting, then I need to be there for her, just like I would be there for everybody else. So that's what I'm trying to work on, and bringing us together to weave our stories. This is what I want to do. I want to weave us together, weave a story, and then we learn. No, I might not love everything you do, and I might not like everything you do, but as a woman, we should be able to protect each other as women. Like, we should be able to know, like, this is a woman, this is a young woman. She needs this type of care to be the young woman that she's going to be. Let's stop projecting our emotions, our letdowns, like the things that we've been through in life. Like, let's stop putting that on the next person. So what, you went through that? You know what I'm saying? So what, you went through that? And I get emotional. So I'm trying really not to be too emotional today. But advocacy is a passion for me. It's not a joke. It's not a test. It's not a trend. It's for real. This is for real. So I'm here to build platforms, and we want to keep building. And we're not just building platforms, we're building networks that support each other, networks of resources that help build each other, that help stop this oppression, to stop all this madness that's going on in this world, because it's just ridiculous how women are treated. Like, I could tell you so many stories because I'm out here every day. Not every day am I hitting the streets or I'm at an event or somewhere, but I'm out here and I know what's going on. Like, I don't understand why the woman, the value of the woman has been degraded to not even, sometimes she's less than property. So I don't really even know how to explain it. That's why I'm having these conversations. But I just don't understand why a woman isn't looked as equal to a man. Not physically. No, I'm not physically your equal. No, we're not going to go there either. But just like I'm sitting here having this hangout, putting this together, building this platform, a man could do the same thing, right? So why can't I get the same equal recognition for the work that I'm doing that he's doing? One of my lessons in life to this male dominance, the man's world, is working in the kitchen. I was a student at Hillsborough Community College, training for culinary arts, and I had to work in the kitchen for my apprenticeship, my internship. Oh my gosh. You talking about stepping in the man's world? So we're brought up thinking that women cook all day long. We brought up thinking that it's the woman that does all the cooking. But when it comes to business, when it comes to making their money, it's really that's a man's world. Hello. We're going to see patterns here. See how we see one thing, and then we see the illusion, and then we see the reality. We're going to see those patterns because they're all over the place and those connections. And that's something that I learned yesterday at the UN. But I just want to get back to the equal pay thing and being treated equally. Like, working in the kitchen really taught me how men hold on to a talent, right? And I'm not going to just bash the men right now because women do the same thing. But I'm just saying this was my experience in the kitchen in the man's world, and it was predominantly men. And the one little chick, she was a chick, if you know what I'm saying. So men, they have a talent, and for some of them, that's all the talent that they have, right? So pattern. So if that's all the talent they have, and I come in there and I'm gorgeous, and I do my job like whoa, like they don't even expect it to be done. You feel me? They're intimidated, right? So the man is intimidated by the woman and her good looks first, because it's always your looks, it's always your appeals, right? And then it's your talent. If you smart and talented, whoa, in the man's world. So how do we get past that? That's the question. That's another topic, but we're going to get to those answers too. Today's conversation is about women on women, how women treat women, and how we as women need to build a support system. Like, I can't even remember in my time outside of Girl Scouts, maybe in the 70s, and that was still kind of rough, but I can't really remember a time where I seen women supporting women. We had Miss Yvette Mitchell coming on later on in about 20 minutes. She should be on. And she's a protege, I would say, of Miss C. Dolores Tucker. So she'll be on in a little bit to talk about how they work as women in a group to address issues in our communities, different concerns. But I just can't say that I know of a time where we women had the period where all women were included, not just the Now movement, because the Now movement was well, we know what it's not supposed to be that today, but I don't know because I don't know now today. I really want to change my bandwidth, but I don't know how to do that. So the next time my bandwidth will be better. I apologize. I'm looking at myself and falling off of my conversation. But I wanted to open it with poetry, but I'm a little emotional and I didn't get the poetry, and the week didn't go as I had planned, so things happen. Anyway, we're going to have these conversations because we need to build strong networks. Yeah, I network with people on Facebook and Twitter all the time. Yeah, we support each other because we'll like you and we'll encourage you with a compliment and all that good stuff. That's nice. And my girl Sonja, she's doing her thing with Social Changher. When I get more time, I'm gonna try to make some of her networking events because she hosts events for women entrepreneurs so that we can socialize and support building networks. I'm looking forward to her conversation because Sister Girl is doing it. I love her movement, putting her bank account on the website. I'm going to try to get my statement if I can figure it out. I will try to post mine next Wednesday for her hashtag Wednesday bank account, something she got going on, but she'll tell us about it. I really hate to talk about other people's projects because I'm going to tell you from what I can remember. They can tell you the whole story. So it's just best to have people on. But the people that don't come on, I'll tell about because there's so much going on and everybody can't make the hangout. So I do want to thank everybody again who's going to participate today because we women, we are the change agents of the society, and we have to wake up. We have to come together. We have to learn to support each other, and that's the bottom line. So I'm looking for some more people to join me in the next few minutes, and we're going to talk with Miss Yvette Mitchell and her granddaughter, Aleasha Watson Mitchell. A conversation with our daughters, a great initiative because, like I said, our young women, they really, really, really do need help and they need guidance. And I love Beyonce to death. Honestly, like I didn't always love Beyonce, but I grew to love her because I see her grow as a woman. So watching her grow as the entertainer and the woman, I've learned to appreciate her as a person and see her act as an act. But some of these young girls just don't get it. They all want to be Beyonce. They all want to be whoever they want to be that's not really, and in a sense it is real, but it's your reality. So Beyonce's reality is not everybody else's reality. And to think that because she did it that way means you're going to do it that way is not, it's just not right. So we just really need to have these conversations because our young girls need us. And I don't want to cry, but I get emotional because they really do need us because they're being raped. And our society is being raped. And we got to stop it because it don't make no sense. And we can stop this. We can do this. We can do this. I told you I was getting emotional. Yeah, I got my tissue. I already know how I get. Because it's not a joke. Did you hear me? I said it's not a joke. It's not a trend. It's not a test. It's for real. This is our reality. We got to make this change. We got to do it now. If we don't, who going to do it? Who going to do it? It's the younger generation, right? It's the younger generation that's going to lead us. What if they don't know shit? Where they going to lead us to? Come on now. Stop playing with me. Like I ain't going to go there. I'm not going to go there. Anyway. I'm going to put my picture up for a minute and check on my email and see if my guests are doing okay. Because I was hoping they would be logged on by now, and I don't. I'm just going to switch it over to this beautiful portrait. I met this young man, and like this whole thing is about women. changing attitudes, but men are part of our fabric also. So yes, I'm highlighting women today, but men are part of this fabric too. So this young man is a retired veteran. I apologize, I don't remember his name. But his story is awesome, and I'll talk about it later. So I apologize. Hopefully they'll log on soon now. They still have time. They have plenty of time. So I just want to see them. You know me, I like to have things in order. But let's talk about us growing as women. So I had a wonderful week this week, growing as a woman. I just want to say, I went over this everything yesterday so I can have it right for y'all. And now let's see what I want to do today. So anyway, I had a great week this week. I've been reaching out to women who suffered with domestic violence because I went through domestic violence. And the reason why I reached out is because I was doing taxes at Board and Alany, and it was after school. And, you know, I went to school at Girls High at Board and Alany. That's where I'm from. Like, that's just me. Anything coming out of that school, I'm kind of protective of. So these girls was coming out of school and just hanging out in the donut shop. And the boys would come in there, the boys that just hang on the corner all day, the boys that I just been sitting here watching all day, just standing here doing nothing but messing with the girls or guys, whoever come up and down the street, come in here and just start beating up on these girls and beat them to zero. Like, you beat them to zero, right? So I stood up. I was like, oh, that shit ain't funny. I was like, that ain't funny. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't even try it. And then they caught themselves. They be like, oh, it ain't funny. It ain't funny. Like, I got through to them. Hopefully, I got through to them, however it takes. But we have to teach our young girls, like, that's not cool. Like, come on now. And you would think, coming from Girls High, right, they would know better. But guess what? When I was at Girls High in ninth grade, I was going through domestic violence too. I got my ass whooped at Board and Alany on them steps on the Board Street side in ninth grade. So I know we go through it at a young age, you feel me? It's just we need to be guided. We need support systems, and we need people to stop ignoring this shit. And I should have had Aisha on here. Like in my closing presentation, I have a lot of women from Girls Time, class of 87, 231 in the house. Um, and I should have had Aisha on this call, but I'm gonna see if I can get her on next month. These are going to be every month at the last Saturday of every month, 1:30 Eastern Time. We will be hanging out, talking about changing attitudes towards women, making sure we make life better for us all. And we're going to start with the woman. But anyway, I'm going to have Aisha on here because I can't talk about rape. That's like one of the hardest conversations for me to have. And it's the hardest conversation for our society to have. So I need her on here to talk about that. And rape is big. I mean, the rape, we could talk about how Public Enemy was raped, right? Do you understand that type of rape? It's just not the woman that gets raped, you know what I'm saying? But we're going to focus on the woman today. But I advocate for everybody, and that's why it keeps coming out, because my focus is on us as a whole. So I'm starting with the woman, and this is Women Her Story Month. So this is my dedication to women and the work that we're doing to change agents in our communities. So hopefully, my guest will be here soon. Let me check and see what's going on. Like we rehearsed this, and I don't want to cry. So you know me, I'm a big crybaby. If you don't know me, you know me. I am a big crybaby. So let me see what's going on. Can't say can't get in. Okay. So silly me, my phone is downstairs. So let me go get my phone and see what's going on, because 8 minutes and I don't see them. And I'm a little nervous here. So I apologize again, but let's come over there. All right, got my phone. So now let's see if I can call around and see what's going on. Where are we? Talking about changing attitudes towards women and femmes worldwide. That's where we are. So why did I choose to have the conversation on femmes also? Well, because these are very personal to me. Um, and we all deserve respect, right? Wait, let me turn my picture on. Let me come out this email and turn this picture on so y'all can see me. Okay, so the reason why I chose to advocate with Femis on this campaign is because we all deserve respect, for one. So I'm just not having it. You're not going to respect her because she was born a man, or do we? No, we don't even say her no more. You don't respect because Femi is a man. Femi looks good as a woman, but is a man, and you got a problem with Femi. That's how I'm doing it, and I'm learning. Because I was a hairstylist until I had my little car accident. So now I can't do hair or pretty much anything right now. But advocate, so I advocate 24/7. But when I was doing hair, Femi was one of my biggest clients. And we had a cool relationship. So ain't nobody saying nothing about a Femi. You feel me? You're going to respect everybody with respect, and that's how it goes. Are my guests. I don't see them. I don't understand what's going on. So let me call back to the picture for the moment. And maybe I could just do this over here. I can hold that I ain't hearing nothing from nobody. I ain't seeing nothing from nobody. Like, what's going on? Always something. I guess I shouldn't be looking for my guests. I guess I should just keep the show going. Because that's just how it goes sometimes when they don't show up. All right. So, can I talk about what they were going to talk about? I don't think so. Because I'm not in their shoes to talk like that. So I definitely can't say anything they were going to say. But what I can say is that there is a gap in our generations. Somewhere along the line, okay, so my grandmother passed when my mom was like 18 years old, right? So my mom and her sisters, my aunts, grew up pretty much taking care of themselves. So I didn't have a grandmother on my mother's side. Generation gap, right? My grandmother on my dad's side was there until I was in my 20s. So I knew my grandmother on my dad's side really well. She put a lot in me. Like, I love my grandmother, Florida Hatton. Mad love to her. She's always with me. Like, that's my girl. I love her dearly. Me and my family, that side of my family don't get along, but that's another story. So there's gaps. There's generational gaps. You could say it was part on that crack epidemic also. Like, people just got crazy, started getting high and having babies, wasn't really taking care of their responsibilities. So that made a generation gap where grandmom again was taking care of the babies and mom wasn't there. Or it could have been that you got caught up in some type of legal situation, some type of anything could have happened. Even worse, like, you could have just been orphaned. Your parents could have got killed, like in an accident or something. Like, really, like, all kinds of circumstances could have led to a generation gap. So, and my exploration is like, what do we do? What type of support systems do we help people who fall into those gaps, who fall into the need to have support? What do we do? to build an understanding for people. So if there's a generation gap, then there's an understanding between my generation and the generation under me, and somewhat the generation over me. Like, and then some of it's not even generational gap misunderstanding. Some of it is just cultural clash. So let's just focus on the African American female right now. That's my makeup, so that's my focus. I'm Native American and African American. My Native American, like, stripped, totally raped. That conversation, that's like a process of digging up the facts of who I am. That's another conversation. This conversation is going to be on the African American woman and all minority women, and really just any woman who can relate to the oppression, the rape, the struggle, all of that. How do we fix those gaps? And is all those gaps worth fixing? Because some of that old school stuff is what's really hurting us today. Some of those old ways that keep lingering is like old misery, just hanging on to the next generation, just passing on that misery. So that's one mindset from the elders to the next generation. Then there's that mindset where grandmom had to raise everybody, so she just let them do whatever they want to do, and now society has to bear the cost of babies and everybody else just running around doing whatever they want to do because there wasn't a family structure in the house. So I don't know. Those are generational gaps, and I was hoping to have Miss Yvette and daughter a conversation with our daughters on here, but they're not here to discuss that. So I don't know. There's more research that needs to be done, and there's universities that's doing it. I was just watching the University of Columbia, their psychology department, I believe, and probably the sociology department, working on structures within our communities, observing the structures and the conditions that create the circumstances that we live. So some things we can control and some things we have no control over. And that's what we're working on. Just get an understanding of, really, I just want to get an understanding of being a woman. Like, what does it mean to be a woman, and how am I to carry myself, and what type of relationships are we to build, so that we could just stop all the hate that goes on between women, because I get it all the time. I mean, I get it all the time. So lately I've been building like good relationships because, people and I are getting to grow, but right now ain't nothing happening, and I just don't get it. I really don't get it. So building platforms, that's what I do. I build platforms to help people get their word out. I introduced them to Google Hangouts so they could help get their message out worldwide. Hi, Miss Yvette. Let me send it to you again. Is Dennis there? No, okay. All right, I'm sending it to you again. Yes. Okay. Oh my God. So Miss Watson, Miss Mitchell will be joining us shortly. I tried to get a cameraman to help us, but the young man didn't help. It's another story. Anyway, I just really would like conversation go further. I was at the United Nations yesterday, and a young lady said that she started with a documentary, but then realized the documentary wasn't enough, that she had to turn it into a nonprofit. I know I'm going to get a nonprofit eventually, but I want us to take ownership. I want all women to take ownership and build on the platform to build each other. And then it becomes a movement. It doesn't have to be a big rah-rah movement, you know, but it becomes a movement. And that's all I'm looking forward to. Because we can do this. We are women. We are beautiful. We are strong. We're intelligent. We're patient. And that's a problem. That emotional state. How do we control our emotions? I need to work on that myself because I can get emotional. I know it. And not just in advocacy, but in everything I do. Hello? Yeah, I sent it to you. I sent it to both of you. Okay. Bye-bye. Let's do it this way because I'm sending it through here. So let's do it this way. Because sometimes Google acts a little crazy. So some of my people a little bit, hopefully it would be great if we over just kept talking each everybody, just kept talking. But let me email this link because for some reason it's not going through the Hangout. I might have invited too many people. You never know. But we're on it. I'm on it. It's coming right now. Link on the way. You gotta have fun, right? You don't have fun, right? So here's the link. I was getting ready to check something else. But I just checked it out. I want to see what we look like on the Google Plus page. And we're on my website too. I should upload it on the web. Oh, there we go on the Google Plus page. I love Google. So this is a tool and a platform to show people how to get your message out there to other people around the world. And I've been putting that message out there for quite some time. And I'm going to keep putting it out there and keep putting it out there till we get the change we want to see in our society. And that's just how that goes. Okay. So hopefully they'll get the link this time. If not, I'm not sure what to say. What to do at this point. It's always something. Like, I always think I got this down pat. And for some reason, so here we go. It looks like we're coming. Looks like we're trying to get on. We're coming. It's coming. It's coming. It's a process. Like, the things that always like sometimes turns out to be the best things in life.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Yourself?
Yeah.
So we have Miss Yvette Mitchell and her granddaughter, Aleasha Mitchell, joining us today. They're going to talk about their organization, the conversation with your daughter, a conversation with my daughter, and the importance of having that conversation. And as I was talking earlier, it's really about supporting each other. And Miss Yvette Mitchell is a great person. I am very fortunate to know her and to have her on this hangout. She is, again, the protege of Miss C. Dolores Tucker. So we're talking great knowledge being passed on to us right now. So I introduce y'all to Miss Yvette Mitchell and her granddaughter, Aleasha Mitchell.
Okay, should. Hello, hello everyone. Aleasha, do I have the ability to see who else is on?
Do you see? You don't see me?
I see you.
I can see you.
Okay, yeah. Good.
So if you want to just do your presentation, we can do that.
Okay, that's fine. I just was interested in seeing if I could see everybody else.
Well, it's just me and you right now.
Oh, okay. All right, fine. So I just wanted to make sure. Not a problem. Hello, everyone.
So there are viewers. There are viewers watching us, but they're not on our actual hangout. We don't see the viewers. The viewers see us.
Okay. But you can see that there are viewers?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. This is my first hangout, so I'm excited about it.
Yes.
I've never done Google Hangout, but I am trying to get technology adept, so I apologize for asking questions.
Don't apologize. Don't apologize. Take your time.
This is
Can you adjust your camera just a little bit?
Could you say adjust my camera? Okay.
Yes.
Is that
like I could just see it right there? No, it's good. It's perfect right there.
It's perfect right here? Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm so thankful and happy to join you today and talk about conversations for my daughter. And my granddaughter is joining me here.
Hi.
So we're here together, and we, along with my organization, which is the Greater Philadelphia Caucus of Black Women, and I am the founding president, and came up with that organization is about uplifting and supporting women of color around the world. And as a result of that and the work that I do with young women, I came up with the idea of conversations with my daughter. And that actually came about as a result of me noticing that a lot of our young women, and even some of the older women, last 2 generations, there appeared to be something missing in terms of the connections between the women. I came up in a generation where, as women, we kind of got together at family gatherings and at picnics and things, and we kind of interacted with each other in a way that really passed along wisdom and knowledge, so that when we were raising our families, I knew how to take care of babies. I knew what to do as a wife and a mother. And for some reason, that seems to be not as well done. And the result of it is the struggles and the problems our children are having. So it is evident that something is missing in our community. And I started talking to my granddaughter, who I have raised since she was 7 days old, sitting here behind me. I started talking to her, and I said, you know, we need to reconnect. We need to reconnect, and I need to connect, and I need to find other women of my age and seasoned and more mature to reconnect with our young women, because you young women are our future. Your children are our future. So I started talking to her, and she gave me some pointers about how we can dialogue with young women, but most importantly, how we can support, uplift, and uplift and support, uplift, and help young people, young women, to move forward in our community. So I'm going to let her introduce herself for a minute and kind of tell you a little bit about what her role is in conversations with my daughter. Aleasha?
Hi, I'm Aleasha. My role is to provide the voice of the youth. I work closely and partner with my lovely grandmother, who I call Mom because she's been raising me since 7 days old. I'm just here to assist and try to bridge the gap between older generations and my generation, because there's a big gap, and it takes both of us, both generations, to come together if we're going to make a change. We just need some direction, and I hope that we can get that from.
I have a question.
Yes.
I have a question. Why do you think that there is a gap? And why do you think there is a gap? And how do you think your voice will help?
I think that there's a gap because somehow, somewhere, we've lost respect for our elders. Like, I think that it begins with the whole thing, like, do as I say, not what I do. Like, a lot of parents would be like, don't curse, but as they're telling you not to curse, they're cursing you out, and it's like, well, you're a contradiction, so I'm just gonna, and they usually use whatever they're taught, and then they do that. Like, if you grow up in a home with a bunch of cursing and abuse and hitting, then when you have your kid, you're going to be abusive and curse because, you know, that's how you're taught you're supposed to discipline. And then you just have a lot of angry kids, and usually with anger, it's paired with depression, and then they act out in ways that aren't the most positive or most beneficial. So I hope that I can, in this movement, I can add some positivity and show that we don't have to be like our parents. Like, I don't have the most, I didn't have the most, I would say, inspirational parent. I do now. Like, my dad is amazing, but before he was a little, you know, beat to his own drum, and my birth mother, have no contact with her. But instead of me being really angry and like, you disposed of me, I use that as fuel to say, if I can help somebody else's child not have any anger towards their mother, then I know that I'm one step in the right direction in creating better parent-daughter or son relationships. So.
Thank you, thank you. It is important, and I think that it's important for your listeners to know that the problems in our community, especially the communities of color, it happens because there's a disconnect, both with our young men and our young women. There's a disconnect. When I came up, no matter where I went in my community, I knew I was safe. I knew I had neighbors that would look out for me. If I ran to any of my neighbors' houses, I could go in and I would be safe. I knew my school teachers cared about me because if I did something wrong, before I got home, they would be at my house knocking on the door to talk to my parents. I knew the policemen. They used to be, when I came up, they used to be beat cops who walked the beat. That's what they used to call it. And so I knew the policeman. And if he saw me out in the street at a time that he knows I should be in school or something, he said something and he would be reporting to my parents. So I was completely surrounded by a supportive network that I knew people cared about me. Our poor babies today can't even go to the corner store without our concern about our child might get shot or raped or jumped on or something. So there's definitely a need, especially in the communities of color, because as we've lost that family and that community feel. And it's very, very important for us to be able to survive in a community. We need to feel that. Also, another thing is that many of the tools that we learned about cooking and eating and shopping and sewing and taking care of babies, we learned that at home ec. Yes.
Can I just ask you one thing? Do you have?
I can't hear you, Aleasha. What did you say?
Hello?
Yeah.
Is your cell phone on your computer?
Yes.
Can you move your cell phone because it's making you lag? Can you move your cell phone from the computer?
Okay, we did. Is that better?
Awesome. Thanks.
It really makes you
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't know that. See?
Yeah.
Well, as I said, we're getting technologically adept, so it'll take us a little while, because that's one of the things we learned from our young people. We're so glad to have my granddaughter around, because I probably wouldn't be able to answer my cell phone if she wasn't around, and to show me the different widgets and apps and all of those kinds of things. It's exciting. Young people live in a very, very exciting time, but it's also a really scary time. Do you want me just to continue, Aleasha?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I agree. Did you want me to talk with you? Because I like what you're saying. I don't want to cut in. I just
please feel free to ask me questions, because I want to make sure I'm getting the information out. The main thing that I want your listeners to know is Conversations with My Daughter is a movement. It's a movement to reconnect. So I am looking for mature women. I'm looking for young women that want to try to bring back the sense of community to our community. And I have started a blog, or at least I'm trying to start a blog, and I will be glad to share that with you, so you can keep up to date. Also, we're going to have some gatherings. One of the things I'm starting just this April is I'm going out to shelters and churches and community groups to talk to young people about this reconnecting, and about building, as Aleasha said, trust, and building the connection back, because it's hard to regain that trust if you've not had it, and the community has kind of thrown young people to the wolves. Then it's hard to feel trusted.
Yes.
Okay.
So you're going to start a campaign to build that trust?
I'm going to start a campaign by talking.
We are going to start a campaign.
Yeah.
We have started a campaign.
Thank you, Aleasha.
We have started the campaign together, yes. Could not do it without my baby here.
I know that's right.
We have started a campaign. We will be starting this April by going to shelters and community groups and talking to young mothers to try to begin to help them be better mothers, and to help them help each other in connecting. We want to let young people know that we are there for them. We will support them. We will help them. We will open doors. We will uplift them, whatever we have to do. A perfect example is we have to, just in terms of how you feed your children, you have to understand nutrition and what all the McDonald's and the other fast food is putting into our babies' bodies. That's making them sick, and affecting their growth, their development, and even their school. We want you to understand how to save money so that you and your families can have the things that you need, and you don't have to spend all the money. I'm so sorry. I get so sad when I see some of these kids. They're dressed in Gucci and all the other things, but they don't have the basic needs in the house. So how is it okay to be in Gucci and whoever the other people are, and you can't eat? That makes no sense. So we want to show. I told my children when they were coming up, and my oldest son is 44, so I've had some experience. I told my son and my daughter, who is 34, and Aleasha, that the only name that they'll wear on their behind is my name, simply because I'm a sew. I know how to sew. I know how to make clothes. So if I'm going to advertise anybody, I want them to advertise and be proud of their family. So there's so many young people that don't even know how to sew a button on. And so they'll run out and get a new shirt because the buttons are off. That's a waste of money. or if you want to be stylish, your own style. I've taught my children, especially my girls, to create your own style. You be the leader. You'll be surprised how many people will follow if you have a unique style. And it's worked for both my girls. So, and I told my son, I never forget, he wanted a pair of $300 sneakers. And I told him, not me. I will not spend that kind of money on a pair of sneakers. When I was in school, and we bought Kids and what's the other little flat shoes?
Champions?
No, not Champions. But Kids and other little, what we used to call in school, they were gym shoes, gym sneakers. They used to cost between $3 and $5. So there's no way I can get in my mind that you need to pay $200, $300 for a pair of sneakers unless they're going to walk by themselves. So these kinds of things that our values and some of our goals and some of the need to change some of the priorities. I'm always surprised when I see so many mothers catching cabs all the time. I mean, I don't know where they get the money to catch the cab or eat at McDonald's. I don't have that kind of money. They eat every day.
I know it.
I don't understand it. I don't know where it is. So these are the kinds of things that we want to come together, and we want to show through the example of Aleasha and I how great our relationship is. And it's not just because she's a fabulous young lady and I'm a fabulous mother. We are.
We are.
But it's because of our great ability to communicate, understand, and be there for each other that makes our relationship so successful. So we really, really, really do want to start a conversation with our daughters. And all women, all young women, all older women, all the women are our daughters. So it's not just my daughter or my granddaughter. It's all young people that I feel a connection and a commitment to move forward. So that's what conversations about my daughter. Did I answer the questions, or did I explain well?
Yes, ma'am. So I'm really, really happy that you all started this movement to address the need and the concern. Do you have like a specific goal or anything set out for a conversation with your daughter? And like, is there like a certain demographic or anything that you're targeting to? Do you see a need, a more, or a demand in a certain demographic? Is what I should be.
Well, not a specific area, but in terms of young people between the ages of 15 and 35. That's almost 2 generations that I feel. And the specific goal is to set up networks of women, young women and older women, that are working together and nurturing each other, and helping each other learn to sew, learn to cook, learn about nutrition, learn to take care of their kids, support systems within the community, all around the city and, of course, across the country as we grow. So I encourage you to look on Facebook. I'm getting my granddaughter to help me put up a Facebook page around conversations with my daughter that will help you with ideas, suggestions, gatherings, so that we can begin to speak. And one of the things that the basic things that I see is that we have to stop this hate that I see, or this what do you call it, Aleasha? Hate. She calls it hate. This digging, this horrible hatred that seems to exist between.
Like, where does it come from? Do you know, like, this hatred?
You tell me.
Aleasha, do you know any? Can you give us an idea from a teenager's point of view? I mean, you're 18, you're fresh out of high school, new to college, you're cheese. Can you just tell us how it is for you, and do you feel any type of self-hate, or do you see people in your peer types going through self-hate?
Sorry, my dog wants to participate in the conversation. I'm trying to think, where does it come from? I think that it comes from parents making us feel like we're not good enough, like, especially in our community. it's like, opposed to just talking to a child and say, you know what, you can do better, this is not your best work, and like try to empower and inspire, we're just so hard to like jump and be like, oh, you're stupid if you don't get an A, you're an idiot, what, are you retarded? And then it just like makes people feel like I'm retarded, I'm stupid, I can't do anything. And then they get sad, or sometimes they convert that anger onto other kids, and it's like they basically like imitate what their parents have taught them. Like, if you look funny or if you act funny, especially for the guys, it's like, oh, you're gay if you like to wear tight jeans. It's like, well, maybe they just like wearing tight jeans. And I think that it comes from like parents bashing us, or like we learn from our elders. And like that song, Children Will Listen, it's like, be careful what you do, children will listen. Like, we are always listening, and it always repeats itself. So I think that we just need more positive influences, and we need adults. Well, I'm an adult now, so I can't really say that, but we need like our parents and mentors to be more aware. Like, if you, like, some teachers, they'll act a certain way in the classroom, but then on Saturday night they're partying right next to us in clubs. Like, though you're not a teacher on a Saturday night, you still are a teacher, because you will see your students somewhere. So we need to be aware.
Well, to add to that, I also believe it's a little deeper than that. I think it comes from generations. You know, when you are in a family and you don't feel supported and nurtured, you get angry. You get angry with everybody. You get angry with the world.
Yeah.
And right now, our kids are not safe and not supported anywhere they go. They're not supported in school. They're not supported in the community. They're not supported anywhere they go. They have to feel that they have to fend for themselves or fight for themselves. And so they're angry. And they're angry with the world. So they're angry with each other. And we have to stop that anger. We have to break that cycle of anger and begin to make young people feel that we support them. Our society needs a paradigm shift, which is a mental shift, to say that many other communities have, that our children are our first priority. And when our children in this country and in the community becomes our first priority, then all the actions of the society is built around that. And we are not there. Our kids are throwaway kids right now, and they feel it, and they're angry, and so they're acting angry towards each other. So, and they justifiably so. They should be angry because we have failed them completely and miserably. So we have some things to do.
Yeah, we have a lot of work to do. I really thank y'all for joining me. I know we started a little late. I don't want to cut you off. And my next group isn't on yet, Girls Justice League. But is there anything you'd like to say in closing to wrap up? How people can get in touch with you, your workshops, if somebody want a workshop, what type of workshops do you offer? Aleasha, you do art, don't you? Are you like tutoring in art or anything like that?
I am a poet, a spoken word artist. I wish I could. Well, poetry is art, but I don't want the viewers to think I draw. I don't draw. But I actually just came from class. Currently, I was teacher's assistant at a poetry Saturday school. It's a writing intensive every Saturday for high school students. We do like creative writing, poetry, short stories, fiction, nonfiction, memoirs. And I was, they bring a piece and we workshop it, and I try to, like lead them in the right direction, because I feel like everybody is a writer in their own way. Everybody has it in them. They just need to they need it to come out. And that's my workshops. I also am poetry ambassador for Motivos magazine. And with that program, I go around to different high schools and middle schools in Philadelphia, and I give workshops, poetry workshops. I teach them just use their imagination and how to express and tell their story through poetry. So.
And in terms of workshops for conversations with my daughter, as I said, we are setting up a Facebook page for conversations with my daughter and a blog. So everybody be able to see that if they go to my own Facebook page, which is Yvette Mitchell. They will also be able to see information and on workshops, on programs that we're doing and how they can get involved. So I encourage your readers to come out, and of course they can always call me directly on 267-266-0776. I will be glad to talk with them. I will be glad to talk with them and to share information, because we definitely can't do this alone. It will take all of us in our community to bring our communities around. So I thank you so much, Aleasha, for the work you do and for bringing the communities together. And I'm going to stay on and look forward to hearing what the other women do or other organizations do so that we can connect and move forward. So I thank you so much.
Well, thank you. And yes, and that's my goal. The whole purpose of having you on is so we can all learn about each other and learn to support each other. This whole conversation to change attitudes towards women worldwide this is not a test, it's not a joke, it's not a trend, this is a movement, but as to build and support one another. So thank you so much for everything. And I look forward to growing with you.
Thank you, Aleasha.
Thank you.
And Aleasha.
We can just hang on here so we can see everyone else. Or here?
You can stay. Like you can, because my next guests haven't showed up yet, so I'm getting ready to try to catch up with them to see what's going on. If you like to continue to talk, you can, or if you want to lead a conversation, you can. It's up to you. I appreciate your time.
Okay, and we're here to support you, Aleasha, because I know, we met a few years ago with my organization, and how much work you're trying to do. And it is so important that these types of programs that you do and working with all the community groups to get the message out. So I'm so proud of you, and I'm so glad that you, you like our work and that you are encouraging to us. What I can do now is I'm going to put Aleasha on the spot, and she knows I always do this, and she hates it. But I'm going to let her share one of her spoken word poetry that kind of speaks to all of this. I'm not sure which one she's going to. She's looking at me like.
Yes.
But would that be okay?
Yes, if it's okay with Aleasha, yes.
I'm going to let her share with you. And
whoa, I was just like literally put on the spot.
Okay, but she's so good at it, so I'm going to let you let her speak to you, because she speaks best to people through her spoken word. Aleasha?
Okay.
Hello, how are you guys? Well, which one should I do?
You have so many, honey, because you're always going to say
All right, I need you to move on.
Okay, she needs me to move so she can have center stage.
Yep, take your time.
Well, I'm just like really shocked that I'm just really from spot. I will be performing Skyscraper. I wrote this poem when I did a poetry workshop. This is like my first poetry workshop. It was at a youth summit at LaSalle University, and it was called Soundtrack to My Life, and every workshop leader had a song, and they gave me Demi Lovato's Skyscraper, and in that song she talks about, she had just came out of rehab for depression and abuse, some type of drug or alcohol abuse, because anybody that doesn't know Demi Lovato, she started on Disney Channel or Nickelodeon. She was a child actress, and then she got into singing, and she was just like really torn apart because the media kept on being really hard on her. So she wrote this song to say, like, no matter what you do, I'll be rising from the ground like a skyscraper. So I took this song, and I took that song and I used it to, like, how am I a skyscraper and how can I empower my community to be skyscrapers? So this is Skyscraper. So won't you knock me down, lowered head on bended knee, fill me with unsuccessful stories of your broken-hearted dreams. So won't you drag my head down and beat it to a pulp, weaken my confidence, shackle me to my faults? So won't you disintegrate my ego with twisted truths and lies, throw my back against the wall and lynch me by my pride? So won't you drain me of my happiness by blinding me with deceit, break my wings so I cannot fly? But after all that, I will never lose sight of my dreams. I am a skyscraper, I reach to the sky, not broken nor shook with my head held high. I am a skyscraper, I stand tall, I will not be discouraged, I will not fall. I am a skyscraper, not made of glass, nor paper, dream chaser, record breaker. They tried to knock me down, hold me back, but I made it, I achieved it, I did it. My dreams and goals, I will never be defeated or told what I can't do. I am unstoppable. This media is trying to mold me. I will not be your status quo. Skyscraper, I am unbreakable. I am unshakable. I am determined to soar high above the negativity, to reach for my dreams. You see, it's unbelievable. If you believe in the awful things society tries to feed you, you'll never make it. You'll be blinded, sidetracked or sidelined. Just believe in yourself. You must be strong-minded. Skyscraper, you are unbreakable. Head held high, they'll never get the best of you. Just find the best in you. Grab your dreams, hold them tight. Don't you ever let them go. Because you never know. One day they may come true. Skyscraper standing tall, you can stand with the best of them. When you believe, flying high you will achieve. Because you all are skyscrapers. Thank you.
Isn't it?
You are the best.
Thank you.
You are the best. That was awesome. Thank you. Thank you. That was the best. You are a skyscraper, and you are going to reach all your dreams and do everything because you have Miss Yvette behind you. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm talking about. That's the whole purpose of this conversation, and that's why I really wanted to start it off with a conversation with our daughters to show what their support system looks like. Your story is awesome. It's awesome. I don't even want to like all the way go there right now, but thank you so much for sharing it, Aleasha. You're awesome, and I thank you, Miss Yvette, for being a part of this conversation. You're awesome also.
You're quite welcome, and I do want parents to know that it takes a lot of work, but they are worth it. Our children are worth it. Aleasha is just soaring beyond all things I could have wanted or imagined for her. Well, thank you, baby. But it takes a lot of work, and I just want to help other parents. There's no magic bullet. There's no magic pill, and there's a lot of pain and a lot of tears to go along with it. But if we believe in our children and support them as we need to, and support each other in the growth of our children, they can all be skyscrapers.
Definitely, definitely. Thank you so much.
You're quite
You're
welcome. You're gonna hang out,
all right, ladies.
All right, so.
Yeah, it's up to you. I'm going to try to find Ebony from Girl Justice League now and see if I can get her on here. If you'd like to do some more poetry, that would be great. You don't have to. I'm not putting you on the spot. I'm not grandmom. I can't do like she do.
Yeah, what that she gonna do?
I would have
You're shining. I mean, the light is on you. It's international. No pressure.
It's not memorized.
She has to go get her other piece.
I have to get it. I'll be back.
So she's going to go and out while she goes out. But, you know, I want people to know she is a published poet and award-winning. A part of what she did, she won her scholarship to college through utilizing that particular poem. It's just so impactful, and we use it a lot when we're doing workshops, and it always has an impact on young people. So it is through her art and through her spoken word. But as I said earlier, each of our children, each of them, I believe, have an innate gift from God. It is our responsibility as a parent to identify it, to foster it, to push it, and all of our children have the ability to be skyscrapers. It may not be in the art, but it may be in every single way. Everybody has a gift. They also have a fabulous story. So as Aleasha was saying, we try to encourage young people to write about themselves, write in a journal, write it down, because some of the stories are incredible and they need to be spoken out loud, because speaking it and writing it is also cathartic. It helps to heal. So we're going to use every tool we can find to help young people to move forward. Are you ready for another one? Oh.
It's on my phone.
I think she's ready with another one.
This one's really, really short. I'm waiting for it to load. I think I'm going to read a homework assignment because, you know, some of my newer work. Or wait, if I can. Okay, we had to imitate this book titled Bluets from. I'm trying to think of who wrote it.
Aleasha, can you give me 1 second? Yes. Ebony, I see you. Can you hear me? Ebony. I see her down there. Maybe she's not all the way in there yet. Okay, I apologize.
You're fine.
It's all
okay. We had to, like, every week we read a book a week at the University of Arts Creative Writing majors, and we read a book called Bluets, and it was basically, she wrote a whole poem about an obsession she had with blue, and our imitation that we had to do for homework was we had to write about a color. So I wrote about brown because why not? And I titled the poem Anaban Dada, which is Twi, which is the language of Ghana. It's the Twi translation for brown. So these are one of my poems, not really spoken word pieces, so this is a poem. All right. I became obsessed with the color brown after seeing its flesh melted into maroon when tickled by fire. Strike the brink of your mouth together like a match burning the sound bee. The melanin cemented to my bones makes the color of my ancestors. Afros growing towards the sun like raised fists, like flames burning Osage Avenue on May 13, 1985. Like the four little girls on September 15, 1963 at 16th Baptist Church. Tan me crispy like grandma's bacon. She made the sweetest gold peach crumb cake. Our skin matched the road, bathed in juices from strange fruit. Ghanaian sand wrapped our shoes in the footprints of slaves. Dressed the color like a target. It will never glimmer luminescent like yellow. Caution falls deaf to the language of a stigma. Are you still colorblind?
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow, that's pretty deep.
Thank you.
You went back in history with that one. That was pretty deep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, she did use, and I do love the fact that she constantly uses her poetry to educate. You heard her speak about
Osage Avenue.
Osage Avenue.
Osage.
You heard her.
And yeah.
16th,
I apologize. Go ahead.
16th Baptist Church where the four girls died. You heard her speak about strange fruit. And for those of you that know Billie Holiday, she talked about strange fruit hanging from the tree. That was about the lynchings. She also talked about slavery and Ghana. So she uses her poetry to educate our young people about the rich history that they come from and the struggle that they had, so that we can move beyond this current struggle into a better future. And sometimes we do workshops after our workshops. We're going to have little talk sessions where she'll break it apart for them to make them understand that they have gifts in their writing, still to encourage them. But there's history. And some of our young people, if you ask them about 16th Street Baptist Church, they have no idea what you're talking about.
Right.
Or if you talk about, do you know where the slave trade in the Ivory Coast came from of Africa, they have no idea of the slave camps that used to exist in Ghana, Africa, West Africa. So there's just so much that our young people have to learn and to be proud of. And when they learn to love themselves, they can love each other. When they can learn, when we can show them love and they feel secure. When you're loved, you feel secure in that love. And so when they trust us again, I think we will see changes in not only our young women, but also our young men. And we have a whole bunch to talk about relationship and young women. But nonetheless, we're not going to do that now. Maybe on another session that you'll have, we'll focus on relationships. But I hope you enjoyed us. Can we step away for it? Can we step away and come back?
Sure. I'm going to do the presentation for Girls Justice League. I'm not going to talk about it. I'm just going to show their show right now. And Ebony was just here, but some kind of way she dropped back off, so maybe she's having connections problems. But yeah, if you want to just mute your mic, if you like. If you got a picture on your desktop, you can upload it to the what is it called? Custom overlay if you want. If you just want to put a picture up there so you don't have to sit in front of your screen, or if you have something on your screensaver you want to save with us, share with us, you can upload that picture.
Okay, Aleasha's working.
It's in the toolbox.
Aleasha's working on it now.
Okay, and custom overlay. If you take some of those pictures we just took, would be great if you could get those. I don't know if you took any, but I took some.
We saw them. We see her talking, and she's doing her.
I love it.
I have a picture of me performing spoken word. Do you want a picture of me or a picture of us?
It doesn't matter, baby.
Should I use a picture of me or a picture of us?
Whichever one you want. Whatever y'all want to do. You can go in and out as you like.
Okay, what does she need to go to?
I need to go to toolbox.
Custom overlay.
Yeah.
Yes, in the toolbox.
All right. It's in the toolbox. We are in the toolbox.
She's in the toolbox, so she's going to.
And then the circle one with the headed circle, and that second column it says custom overlay. You can upload the picture there.
Okay.
She's working on it now.
Take your time. Take your time. So I'm just going to play their presentation now.
Okay.
Just to play it. Hopefully she'll join in. If not, because I have somebody else coming on about 3:10, 3:15. So I just want to show Girl Justice for a minute.
Okay.
So I'm switching to the screen share now so I can show you the Girls Justice League. Oh no, don't say it's not working. Oh, here it is. It's working. It's just moving a little slow. I have quite a bit going on. And I knew I probably shouldn't have did all this on this computer, but I did it anyway. Yeah, use what you got, you know what I'm saying? Okay, so that's what I want. Girls Justice League. Oh, that doesn't look like that's working too well at all. Oh, wait, Ebony just joined the call. Let me see if I can put Ebony on. Hi, Ebony, are you on? Hi, Ebony, are you there?
I'm here.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay, so I can't see you. I apologize. I can't see a picture of you, but I have your presentation. Do you want me to start the presentation and you just tell me when to push the slide, or do you just want to talk and I just put the presentation up for people to see?
I guess you can start it and then I could just be like, okay, next, I guess.
Okay. Or if you want to just talk, you don't even have to read from your presentation. You could just talk to us about Girls Justice League. But since I don't have a picture of you, it would be nice to have the presentation going while you're talking, you know, if
Yeah,
that's
that would be
okay
good.
with you.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Awesome. All right. So you could, so let me just introduce you. I apologize. So joining us now, first I want to thank Miss Yvette Mitchell and her granddaughter Aleasha Mitchell from a conversation with our daughters. They shared some wonderful information with us about um, where that generation gap is and how our youth, like Aleasha says, is the parents sometimes beating us down or holding us back from taking it to the next level, and not really holding us back, but it's the way that they talk to us and the way that we communicate. So it's important that we hear from our young folks, but also that we have our elders to be there to support our young folks and to help them grow into nature. So I think a conversations with our daughter. Now I want to introduce Miss Ebony Bayless. Is it Bayless, Ebony?
Yeah, that's Bayless.
Okay, yes, I want to make sure I'm saying it right. From Girls Justice League. She's the co-coordinator with Girls Justice League, and she's going to educate us today about the work that they do at Girls Justice League to change attitudes towards girls and women. Thank you, Ebony.
No problem. I'm glad to be here. So hi again. My name is Ebony, and I'm one of the co-coordinators for the Justice League. So I work directly with the girls. We have a Saturday Institute that we do every other Saturday of the month, and that's mostly where I spend a lot of my time. But I also like work in some of the other areas that we work into, which I'll tell you a little bit more about. So the Girls Justice League, like the main purpose of it is to give a voice to girls. And the reason why it's predominantly surrounded around girls is because, you know, like a lot of times, like when you know, change or things that are considered wrong, it mostly surrounds women, and sometimes girls are left out of the equation as kind of like, oh well, they're girls, you know, but right now women is the focus. But it's like they go hand in hand. Like girls become women, women were once girls. So it's important to make sure that that is under, like, that is clear, and that girls are not being left out, because it takes a toll on them in the future. So like, and the main, a lot of things we focus on is, you know, empowerment, leadership skills, and, you know, like we believe like that there needs to be equal rights between men and women, but also there should be like liberation for them, you know, where they're not being held down by these stereotypes and these systems that are purposely pushing them down to be forced into these gender roles that are in place. So, you know, it's about equal rights, it's about empowerment and leadership, but also about liberation, freedom, and definitely unity amongst young women and girls. Um, One of the things that we focus a lot on is changing the directional, which basically is, you know, letting girls be at the front part of their change. You know, and I definitely agree, like having adult allies is very important to support them, but also, you know, not trying to step on their toes to make it as though they don't know what it is that they need to do, because they're the ones going through their experiences. Not that women aren't, but you know, it's very important to listen to them and listen to what they have to say, because nobody can tell their story the best way that they can. And we really push that, and we challenge the girls to definitely be the forefront and to do whatever it is that they feel needs to be done with, you know, very little, you know, guidance and here and there ideas from us. Um, you know, it's also just, it's women, it's young women and girls from high school girls from all over Philadelphia. Hopefully we're gonna branch out a little further from there. But right now it's high school girls from the ages of 14 to 18, and you know, we're kind of going into like 24 once we get more into like the status projects and the around the system, we're gonna go from 14 up to 24. Is everybody still there? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we're still here.
Okay.
Can you is there anything that you're working on right now? Is there any projects that the Girls Justice League is working on right now?
Yes. So right now we always have something going. So I guess what's continuously going on is we have Saturday Institute, which goes on during the school year, which is every other Saturday of the month. Then we have coming up soon is our Summer Institute, which is in July. I don't have the exact dates because we're still, dealing with some logistical things. But we have our Summer Institute, which is basically a week-long, kind of training and preparation for the girls, where they spend a week coming out and spending time with each other, sharing experiences, and gaining a political analysis of what's going on in the city and when it comes to young women. And we also have an event called Turning Points coming up in April 25th, where young girls are putting together a kind of like a conference, but a little more exciting than that word, where girls from high school can come and learn about the two topics that they're focusing on is girl hate and feminism. So we want to educate girls on, what causes girl hate, the stereotypes, the systems, and also, kind of giving a more a clear understanding about what being a feminist means and what it represents. And that's being put together by some girls from the Girls Justice League, and also there's some girls from Alice Paul, which is in Jersey, that they're putting that together. Right now, that's for the most part what we're working on. Yeah.
So I apologize, Ebony. Parts of your presentation got stuck. I should have went through the whole presentation before I uploaded it to this folder. So I apologize. It kind of stopped in the middle of it, and I had to kind of try to fix that. But I heard everything you said, and they seen most of the PowerPoint. It was seen. So can you tell me, like, why did you decide to be part of Girls Justice League, and what's the demographics like? What's the need for changing attitudes towards women in your demographics?
For me, the reason why I got involved, it kind of just happened initially because I was doing some more work more around the educational system. So I was an organizer for Philadelphia Student Union and kind of did work in high schools with high school students. But I always had a passion, and I always thought a lot about what are we doing with young women? Like what do we want to teach them? What do we want them to know about what's going on? And just getting involved with the Girls Justice League kind of just helped me build a stronger understanding. And one of the things that I feel as though is important is we talk a lot about education. I believe educating girls and young women is very, very important, but also being an example and showing them that there are people out there that are trying to make a change, and that they don't have to subject themselves or conform to the expectations. And even though everybody on the outside, a lot of things on the outside are pushing these thoughts and these mindsets on them, I think it's really important for people who are doing our kind of work to push back even harder, and even starting at home. I have a daughter, and I plan to start there, letting her know, educating her as much as possible on who she is and what she stands for, and what she brings to this world in general, and just taking it from there. And I feel as though a big part is educating, setting an example, and just keep pushing. I feel it's it's not going to be easy task, but I feel as though if the more people we get to understand and to join in, the easier it'll be.
And how do y'all get y'all girls?
We go to different high schools in the area, organizations. We kind of just reach out to people that we're connected to and kind of like let them know what's going on, maybe send them a flyer or stop by and do short presentations at either like different high schools or organizations, and we kind of just get our girls like that. And then we encourage the girls to bring in more girls.
Oh, that's awesome. So, before Girls Justice League was around, was there a voice for the demographics that you work with?
I think so. I can honestly say that I did not hear a lot about them. And like I was saying before, like I worked with just high school students in general, so my focus was kind of just on like high school students from the areas that I work in. So I honestly don't think I heard a lot about it, about people doing work specifically towards girls and young women.
Right. So that means there was a need for the Girls Justice League and the work that you all do to help our young women. Do y'all help women or young girls that's caught up in the justice system only, or is your focus is it broader than just the justice system? Do y'all talk outside of the justice system?
Yes, definitely. Like our focus is on just girls in general, and we're branching out more. Like I know right now we're working on like research, like a status project, and the kind of like the foundation of it is around like girls kind of being funneled into the juvenile justice system and what that entails. But I know for sure that it's not just there. We kind of just like that is like a framework, and because we know a lot of people don't, everybody doesn't work with girls that are part of the juvenile justice system. So we kind of just say the justice system itself. What do you consider, the system that you're working with, and what is it that needs to work? What is it that needs to change? So it's like I worked majorly in education. So when they're talking justice system, I'm thinking more about like like the school to prison pipeline, things like that affect girls in a negative way and force them to like conform to these stereotypes that make them good girls or bad girls.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I hope y'all are videotaping. Well, I'm coming over there to help y'all videotape too, but I hope y'all videotape photography, journal, blog, everything that y'all do, document it any way y'all can, because the work that you all are doing is important. Like the status project, where did that come from? How did that come about?
Because there were, like, when we were doing research about girls and about, particularly women and girls of color, like, it was missing. There was a lot of information missing. It was like gaps, and it was really narrow. It was really narrow. So it wasn't easy to get accurate data about, young girls, and especially girls and women of color, like in lower class, working class neighborhoods. So the decision was we need to come up with our own data, and the best way to do that is to do our own research and reach out to the girls that are a part of these neighborhoods and a part of these areas. And that's pretty much where it originated from. It's just like where there's no information out there, accurate information and data, and there's no research being done, or there is, but it's not getting out. So we needed to do more and, develop our own through the process that we needed to do by talking to girls and young women.
And can you tell me any of the results from your status projects? Like, is it, are y'all studying the biases that put women and young girls in the justice system, or are y'all studying the numbers going in the justice system, or is it a combination of both?
I believe it's a combination. I'm still new, so I'm still learning the different things about it, but I know it's a combination. We're trying to get numbers, but we focus a lot also on like personal stories and kind of take the personal experiences and see how many times specific things come up and how many, you know, differences also, and kind of take it from there. And I'm not exactly, you know, sure about like the numbers that we have now or things like that, because I'm still learning my way around.
Oh, well, that's awesome. Thank you so much for
You're
sharing with us about the great work that you all are doing at Girls Justice League. There is a overwhelming demand for the work that you are doing, and that's why I asked: was there anything before you joined Girls Justice League? Was there any other organizations out there doing that work? Because there are none. Like, our young females need support systems, and for some reason nobody's building these support systems. So a conversation with our daughters is still on a hangout. So I thank both of you. A conversation with our daughters and a Girls Justice League. Um, no, you don't need to put your mics on if you don't want, but you can. But I thank y'all both for the work that you're doing, because it's important. And it's women like you that's doing the work that don't get recognized. And I want y'all to be recognized. And that's why I built this platform. And I send it out to all the foundations that I know, because I know these funders personally. I'm sending y'all information to them so they can look at y'all, because we need money. This work is not easy to do, and it needs funding, and that's why I built this platform for funders to see the programs that are out there doing the work. So I just want to thank you for that. And if there's anything you want to say or add to the conversation, or take the conversation in another different direction, because it's about building support for our youth right now. That's this portion of the conversation we're talking about: building support for our young girls, and helping them to become strong, confident women, so they can know who they are as a person and make better decisions in their lives and have a happy life. Don't be trapped. Don't feel like you have to be something that you don't really want to be. So if anybody want to add to the conversation, you're more than welcome to add. I just put my picture up there, but I'm getting ready to put myself back on. I talk too much sometimes, but anybody like to add anything to the conversation? Ebony, anything? Why is my light so? Just went dark on me for some reason.
Well, for one, I'm really happy that I got to do this. That's one thing I definitely want to say. I'm really honored.
Is there anything else that you see in the young girls that you work with? Like, is there anything that stands out that we should be focused on? And is there any way that we can help Girls Justice League? Like, what is the supports that we need so that we could have more Girls Justice Leagues in every community of Philadelphia, if not worldwide?
Yeah, I mean, I guess one thing that we're right now that we're dealing with our young girls is just being knowledgeable about like every part of what it is that we're trying to change, you know, like in reference to like when we talk about like, you know, feminism and being a feminist, and like how it's different, you know, going across the board. Like it's different for like a woman of color than it is for a white woman, but that doesn't mean that we can't unite, because the best way to unite is to cover all of the issues and talk through all of the issues. So I feel as though like right now that's the one thing that we're dealing with, and also like, you know, trying our best to like be diverse when we have our girls, you know, like having girls from all different types of areas, you know, and encouraging them to branch out and reach out to girls that are not a part of their general areas, school, you know, class, all of that. I know that's one thing that I see as a work in progress. And I guess the best way to help is just like I say, check out our website, check out, you know, what we're doing, and however you feel as though you can contribute, you know, I think it's just let us know. You know, I don't feel like I want to like tell people what they should do. I think all of us on here are on here because we believe that there needs to be a shift and that there needs to be a change. And I think that, you know, just check out our site, you know, email us, and let us know what it is that comes to mind that you feel like you can contribute. And I think that would be the best.
That's awesome. Miss Yvette or Aleasha, do y'all want to add anything to the conversation? They might have stepped away. They have their picture up.
Oh, okay.
Um, okay. Well, thank you, Ebony. I'm looking for Social Changer to join us next. She hasn't gotten on yet, but she'll be here shortly. But thank you so much for the work that you're doing, for being part of this hangout. I look forward to being part of Just Girls Justice League, coming over there and helping you all out any way I can. Thank
Yeah.
you so much for your time.
Thank you for inviting me.
My pleasure. Anything else you want to say before you go?
Just I guess keep it up because this is awesome. Like definitely keep doing what everybody's doing, and I'm just excited to know and learn more about everybody that's in the work also that I didn't know about before. So I'm just excited for what's to come.
Awesome. Thank you so much. All right. Well, I'm waiting on Social Changer, Miss Sonja Claxton to join us. Um, so you're more than welcome to hang out with us, or if you had other things to do. We appreciate your time. I'm not trying to be rude or nothing. I just want to let you know that I'm waiting on my next person to come on so we can talk to Miss Sonja because she has a lot of good stuff going on too. I don't know. Do you know Sonja? Do you know Sonja from Social
I
Changer?
I don't think so. The name sounds familiar, but it might just be the same name of somebody else that I know with that name.
Yeah, she did some workshops with you all.
Okay.
It's because of her that I know Girls Justice League. She posted on Facebook about y'all, so I
Oh,
came to the workshop.
that's awesome.
Mm. Mm. Enjoy your day, Ebony. I'm gonna let you go.
Okay, thank you so much for the invite, and
Yep.
I'm looking forward to working with you later.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Peace. Sonia, I'm coming. I see your message. I'm coming. Get us on here. System though, because it's slowing down. Everything is slowing down. So far, so good. We had some good conversations. I'm trying to bring Sonja Claxton on now. She's the founder of Social Changer. She works with girls and women, mainly women, but she works with girls too. She has a daughter. She does a lot of stuff to bring awareness to social entrepreneurship for girls. Let's see if I can get her on there. Fast, I don't know what's going on there, but let's see. Let's see. So yeah, it's just me. So let me see if I can get Sonja in here. Let's see if I can send it this way. Let me see. Well, I don't see you, Sonja. So I'm trying to send you the link again, but for some reason it's not letting me send it. Oh, everything froze. Froze is not good. Froze is not good. Okay, so let's see if I can send you the invite again. Where are you? Where are you? Invite. I'm sending you the invite right now, Sonja. Hopefully you can click on and join the conversation. It's going pretty good so far. So hopefully you can see it and you can click on and be part of this great movement, this great exposure of showing the work of us great women. Hi, Sonja. How are you?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you very well.
Okay. Can you see me?
Yep, I see you well. I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready to introduce you now, and then bring you on as a presenter. The conversation is going pretty good so far.
Okay, good. Yeah, I actually heard it. I just was unable to kind of chime in.
And you can click on and be part of this great movement, this great exposure of showing the work of us great women. Hi, Sonja.
How are you?
I'm good. Can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you very well. Oh, wait, it's getting a lag. For some reason, I don't know what's going on. My computer's acting real funky right now.
Hello?
Wait, Sonja?
Yeah, is that better now?
Yeah, that's better. So you see
Okay.
me? You see me?
I see you. I don't see anything else. But
Okay.
I guess it's good for me to share my screen, right?
Yeah, well, I'm getting ready to put you on the screensaver now. I just wanted to introduce you first.
Okay,
What's
perfect.
going on? So, now I would like to introduce you to Ms. Sonja Paxton. She's the founder of Social Changher. Her platform is about connecting women via social media, connecting women entrepreneurs and using social media to do those connections. And I just like to welcome her and have her explain to us how she's changing attitudes towards women worldwide. Hi, Sonja, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me. Yay! So I'm just going to put my slide, I'm going to do a screen share if I can.
Okay. Is it letting you? Yes, awesome.
Okay, great.
Awesome.
So
Thank you.
I'm just start from here. Social Changher is a storytelling venture for women and girls. Our goal is to encourage more women to tell their story, and we recognize that in order to do that, we need to create space for women and girls to do so. Social Changher was founded a year ago. It came out of my personal experience. Can you guys hear me? Or ladies, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm still connected.
We can hear you.
And so it came out of my personal story, and I got the opportunity. Someone created space for me to tell my personal story, and what came out of it is that I felt like I was the invisible face of Philadelphia. I felt voiceless, I felt powerless, and I realized that there were probably more women who felt the same way. And thus I created Social Changher as a way to eliminate that issue. And I recognize that it really doesn't cost much for people to create space for women and girls to share their story. Your previous guest was the Girls Justice League, and they are an amazing organization that I found through a recommendation from the Valentine Foundation. And when I first connected with them, I was just like, I'm really interested in telling the story of women and girls. And they invited me to come in and do a storytelling workshop for a few of their teens, a few teen women who are going through their leadership, their social justice leadership program. And that was a really great experience for me in general, because I had never hosted a storytelling venture before or a storytelling workshop. But, it really doesn't cost that much money. We just need to create those spaces. So Social Changher was developed to create those spaces. One was in person, those in-person workshops, and the other component was our digital storytelling platform. So again, really trying to take cost into account. This is a bootstrapped project. It's all funded. Anything that has Social Changher's name on it pretty much came out of my own pocket. And I recognize that there are tons of other women in our community who are doing really great work, but again, out of their own pocket. So was really looking for a platform, a digital platform that allowed me to not have to pay any money for it, and it was open, accessible to everyone. Hence why our organization kind of started up on Twitter. And so I call myself a Twitter activist. I have used Twitter multiple times to, voice my opinion, to nudge powerful people, to have those conversations to have those conversations and create access points that I had would have never normally had without the tool. So Social Changher has a Twitter page, which I have up. We have about 663 followers. We've sent out about over 2,000 tweets, and we're following almost 2,000 people. And I'm just honoring and recognizing the fact that as our society advances with regards to technology, we have really cheap ways of connecting and telling stories and sharing information with one another. And so Social Changher really wanted to capitalize on our access and ability to reach each other through these digital platforms. And so another way that we connect with women is through our Facebook page. Our Facebook page is primarily, click over to that. Our Facebook is also Social Changher, again, creating space for her stories. We've been amassing a number of specifically female social entrepreneurs. So in this work, I recognized that, number one, I wasn't alone. There were a number of women who were working on good projects, but were also bootstrapping them with little to no support, and were basically paying for their work out of pocket. So we're, collecting a number of women around the country who are, I hate to say that we're undefined, because I think female social entrepreneur is the word that I use now, but I also recognize that we really aren't. Entrepreneurship isn't the model that we're really looking for. So yeah, I can totally go into that further. Yeah, that's it.
Well, thank you, Sonja. So in your advocacy, you're saying that it's bootstrapping, is out of pocket. Are you coming up with creative campaigns so we could build financial supports for each other, or can you take me further with that?
Sure. So the original premise behind Social Changher was that I wanted to create a community for female social entrepreneurs, and specifically female social entrepreneurs who are from the community and who are doing work to repair and fix their community. I say that it's like reparations work, and these women are doing it, kind of bootstrapping it on their own. But it really takes a lot of money and resources to create the type of change that we're really looking for. But that doesn't stop women like me who are interested in saying, I see this problem in my community, and I know it's part of a bigger issue, and I don't have all the resources right now to fix this thing completely, but I have a project, I have a program that I can do to at least alleviate some part of the stress. And what I recognize is that, I was like, who's going to fund us? At first I thought we had to fund ourselves. And that's really difficult because most of us are already putting a lot of our own money into funding our projects. And a lot of money, unfortunately, gets spent in the nonprofit sector. And I say nonprofit sector because a lot of women are trying to get their projects and programs into nonprofits. And unfortunately, a number of our programs and projects, once we spend the money to get the 501c3 status, a number of them fall off. And so there's a lot of putting a lot of our own money into. Sorry, I hear a little feedback. And a
Yeah, I
lot of money,
apologize.
unfortunately, gets spent in the nonprofit sector. And I say nonprofit sector because a lot of women are. I'm not sure if there's anything that I can do to eliminate.
Are you taking your PowerPoint down?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, I'm taking it down because I'm not.
Sonja?
Yes.
Okay. Can you hold on 1 second?
Yep.
Okay, hold on 1 second, please. I'm free was just there. They just muted their microphone. Okay. So, Katrina, are you there? Well, they're there.
Yeah.
And I apologize. We got started a little late, so we're kind of like running into each other's time. But I really appreciate everything you're sharing with us. And I wanted to ask you, do you get any results with your social media campaigns? When you're running your campaigns, are you getting results?
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah, so right now, you know, I think results are, like, we think about, like, what are the metrics that are needed, you know, what are the metrics that we can use to kind of measure whether we're doing a good job. And to me right now, I think that's really hard to say. The metrics that I do have is that we are, you know, kind of profiling female social entrepreneurs who are community-based, and by curating their stories, they're getting views, and I think people are doing a better job of understanding who we are and what we do. And so I think we take a very long-term, longitudinal data approach, which says, you know, this may take a while for people to really understand and recognize who we are and what we're doing. So the metrics that I'm always watching are, you know, how many followers does Social Changher have? How many people are interacting and engaging on our Facebook page and trying to build community with other female social entrepreneurs? And another metric is really centered around like who's actually who's actually watching, who's actually understanding what Social Changher is doing, and who's actually following us from the more respected community, especially around like social innovation and social entrepreneurs. Those kind of like the big institutions. Are they recognizing what we're doing and who we are? So those are the metrics. And again, I think it's really just going to be a matter of a wait and see. If people start to get it. I would like, again, a lot of innovation. I usually bring a diffusion of innovation model with me. And so what it basically looks like is, you know, it's a model, and I'm going to pull it up really quickly if I can.
Sure.
But it basically notes that, you know, it starts with an innovation, and it takes a while for an idea to catch on because you need a group of people who are really ready for that innovation. So to me, the data is really how long does it take for this idea to catch on? And again, like I started the clock in January of 2014, and I'll wait until, you know, people understand it and get it, and I'll keep changing the marketing and the language, but it's really important that that be a major metrics. The metrics is how long will it take for people to jump on.
Right.
So yeah, that's about it.
Well, I think it takes time because I've been doing this for about 4 years now, and it hasn't been easy. But lately, I've been getting more buzz, and I'm connecting with more people, so my network is like really growing. so I can see my work. I can actually match some of it with the help that I do. So I need to learn how to put it on paper though, and measure it in that way.
Yeah,
I don't know,
and
something's going on with my computer. I apologize. My hello, Sonja. Don't
hey.
leave. Don't leave me. Oh, you're putting up your presentation. Awesome. Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to show you the diffusion of innovation model. Like, I definitely want this to be recorded and captured in your presentation. And
Thank
I
you.
want people to see African American women understanding what diffusion of innovation model is. So, yeah, that was all I wanted to do.
Can you make it bigger? Is it possible to make it bigger? Like, it was just like, because you can barely read that. I could read it, but not that much.
Really? Okay. Is that better?
Well, we could look it up. We could Google it.
Okay, good. Diffusion of
I mean,
innovation.
we can see it, but it's not like a big screen like your presentation
It's
was.
probably grainy, yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. And there's no picture that's a lot bigger either. Like that
Don't
one.
worry about it. Don't worry about it. This is awesome. So what we're doing right now is showing people how they can use tools as social media tools, because Google Hangout is a social media tool
It
that
is
not only
free.
allows, yeah, it doesn't not only allow you to have these meetings like we're doing now, having these conversations, but it allows people all around the world to see the conversation, to learn from it, to join the conversation if they like. But most importantly, it's just a tool to get your message out there to help gain support for your message and connect the resources. So I really appreciate what you just did with showing the slideshow and then going to the Google and showing how you could just use this tool here to connect other tools. We used Google Hangout, Google search. So you did a Google search for your medium, and you did a slideshow all on Google, all for free.
Yes.
Awesome. That's absolutely awesome. My camera is acting funny. I would put the picture on me, but my camera is acting funny. I don't know what's going on. And I'm free. Just left the call, but I'm sure they'll be back on shortly.
Okay.
So is there anything else you'd like to share with us?
Yeah, I definitely want to encourage women to, number one, check out the Twitter page, Social Changher, and that's spelled Social Change, and before you get to the E on change, just make it H-E-R, her. And then also to find us on Facebook. We're definitely looking to build our community of female social entrepreneurs. So that means anybody who has a project or an initiative and that's doing it independently, we're definitely really interested in them being a part of our community. And we're talking about this worldwide. So we're definitely interested in having as many women around the world who are interested in creating change in their communities to be a part of Social Changher and to kind of follow us and see what we're doing and to share notes with us as well.
Definitely, definitely. Do you have an event coming up?
Yeah, so our events are pretty much hosted online, and every Wednesday night at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we always interview a female social entrepreneur. And so that happens live Wednesday at 8 p.m. And we'll have an amazing person come on this Wednesday in the environmental justice area.
Awesome.
Yeah.
What time is that?
It's 8 p.m. Wednesday.
And who's the person? Because I'm very much into environment. I'm into lifting oppressions, period. But the environment is special to me. Do you know who you're going to have on?
Yeah, we haven't confirmed. It's still pending. So
okay.
As soon as it gets confirmed, I'll send it out on all of our social media links.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And are we putting up our bank accounts on Wednesday? Are we showing our bank account statements?
Yes.
This Wednesday?
Yes. Yeah, I'm in the negative.
Is that at a certain time? Do we just post it at any time, or is it?
Yeah, you can post it at any time as long as you capture it on Wednesday, bank account Wednesday. Yeah. I mean, again, those are metrics. That's data that we're collecting via social media. that we can use as material. You know, we can say, hey, I'm not alone. I know there are other women around this country, around this world, who are bootstrapping change in their communities out of their own pockets, and this is the result.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think there's also a bigger conversation that needs to be had around the philanthropic community and how they engage with us. We recognize that, you know, in order to get funding from funders, you typically have to be a 501c3. And there's an out-of-pocket cost for becoming a 501c3. Even if you want to be fiscally sponsored, there's an out-of-pocket cost for going either one of those routes. So again, we're dealing with a system. We need to change our models about how we fund community change. And right now the system is really, frankly, broken. And also recently a study came out that said that, you know, the wealthy are only contributing maybe 1 to 2% of their wealth to philanthropy, whereas low-income people are given 3% of their earnings, very low earnings, to charity. So, you know, we really have some major conversations to have about our system overall. And I think it also contributes to the fact that a number of women and men who are in this space, the social change, social innovation, nonprofit space, also recognize how competitive it is. Getting funded is a highly, almost hyper-competitive environment.
Yes.
And when we're talking about people's lives on the line, and, you know, real community-based solutions that can actually alleviate some of the suffering, it's not a competition. It should not be a competition. Yeah. And doing good should never be a competition.
Yeah.
And there's more than enough resources for everybody's projects to get funded. We're working on some different models to figure out how to fund our female social entrepreneurs, and that's something that's in the works right now. But yeah, I'm hoping in a few months to have something really concrete to introduce to the community.
Well, that's really important because
it's major.
Yeah, because like you said, we're coming out of our pockets, you know, and to do advocacy is almost like a 24-hour job, you know what I'm saying? And it really does come out your pocket. So it's not like you don't want to work somewhere else and make the money. It's just that you know what the demand is right here for this advocacy. So, I mean, like I do get jobs on the side, but 24/7 I'm an advocate. And building that support system for ourselves. So I don't know if it's like co-oping. Do we look at co-op measures, or do we look at buying stocks to support us and support our lifestyles, or do we look at building? I mean, I think the co-op is the best way, and building each other's, like building each other's business. And just like with my social media, I put your business out there. Like with Jasmine Sullivan, when her CD comes out, there's no reason why every woman in Philadelphia, well, I'm not going to say every woman, but it's no reason why we shouldn't have a group of women that automatically goes out there and buy that CD as soon as it hits the rack. You know what I'm saying? Like Philadelphia supporting Philadelphia. That's the type of support that I'm looking for. You know what I'm saying? And when I talked to you a couple times, you was hitting it on the money. I was like, oh yeah, I need to talk to her. I need to, you know, work with her and learn what she's doing and see how I can support you, because it's needed. We definitely need to learn how to support each other and build some type of retirement system for us, because you know it costs money. And I love social media, but we still need t-shirts, we still need pamphlets, we need flyers, we need venues, you know what I'm saying? We need food to feed the people to come to the venues. So it's a whole lot to advocacy. It's not just getting on social media, you know what I'm saying? So I really think it's important that you brought up the fact that you're working on something to support female female entrepreneurs and those social workers out there making a change in their community. And again, I apologize. My camera is acting real funny, so I have my picture up there. I actually have you up there on the screen because my camera, I don't know what happened to it. It just went kind of crazy on me.
Oh no, no problem.
Yeah, so I'm just going to keep my picture up there for now.
Sounds good.
And
Yeah, I definitely. I think again also a large part of what we do is creating space for women to share their stories. And the fact that you and I were able to come together in a couple of different spaces and just share our stories, I thought was really powerful, and it allows us to move to this next this next stage where you say, okay, your story and my story, they seem very identical. How do we come together and work collaboratively and cooperatively to advance our shared agendas?
Yes.
So having more women be a part of that conversation, having more advocates, community advocates, and social changers, and social innovators coming together and sharing their story, that's where the power will lie. So yeah,
go back on the one thing when you said philanthropy. They put in 1% of the charity. I know a lot of philanthropists, and I've met with them, and they want to invest in people that's really doing the work. So it's been a lot of abuse in the nonprofit world where it comes to money on both parts, from the philanthropists or the funders saying this is what I want y'all to do, and that's outside of the scope of what the organization actually does, to the organization just getting the money and sitting on their hands. So, I mean, the philanthropy is out there. We just got to learn how to tap into it. But most importantly, I would like to see us start our own foundations and start our own revenues of income, so that we're the ones supporting each other, that we're the ones putting the scholarships out there. We're the ones helping that family that's in need. We're the ones that's being the change that we want to see. Don't get me wrong, founders and philanthropists, we love your support. We absolutely love your support. And that's why I have this platform, so you can see the women that's doing the work and see that your money is going to go to work for you to make our society a better place. And that's what we're all about.
Right, but I think another component of it is control. And so when you have very limited funders and a lot of need, it becomes very top down, and you have people outside of your community making decisions for your community and deciding what's a go and what's not a go, and that can become very dangerous. I really wish that the philanthropic community start to understand this issue and start to talk about the issue, and start to hear and listen to our stories, because we're really, we're really in a bad situation. And I think what's really great is that the data is starting to come out there. So, do you mind if I share my screen one more time?
Please do. Please do.
I want to share this thing that I found here recently, and it is from the. Can you see it?
Not yet. Not yet. It's black. Now I see it. Yes.
Okay. It's from the Share Prosperity Philadelphia. It's Philadelphia's analysis of the issue in Philadelphia surrounding poverty. And so I thought this stat was really, it was scary, basically, that 28 out of every 100 Philadelphians live in poverty.
Yeah.
And moreover, that percentage has actually grown over the past 8 years. So we know that Philadelphia is improving overall. We know that more affluent people are staying and moving back to Philadelphia, but yet there's still major poverty issues. And then the statistic that 11 are children. Out of 100, 11 are children who are living in poverty. So now I'm just going to slide to this part. So we think about a total population of Philadelphia, over 430,000 people. And then of that, those living below the federal poverty line, 135,000 of those are children, and another 265,000 of those are adults. But when you really boil that number down, there's a really good statistic here, and it talks about women. If I can find it, it basically notes that here. Okay, so I'll talk about this one because I can find it quickest. But we know where the poverty rates are. Like, that's the scariest part. We know that the high poverty rates are in North Philadelphia, Fairmont North Brewery Town, Port Richmond, West Philadelphia, University City, North Philadelphia Yorktown, North Philadelphia West Abroad, Nicetown, West Philadelphia West Market, Northeast Frankfort, and Germantown. We know where the poverty lies. Another component is there's a really good chart here. I'm hoping I can find it, and it really talks about women. It was so scary because when a lot of the work that I do is around creating space for women and girls to tell their story. I intuitively knew that we had to focus on women and girls, but I didn't really, I mean, again, like, when you're an advocate, you just go for it. You're like, I feel my intuition is telling me something is not right.
Right.
And it wasn't until I found the statistic about women that I said, oh, okay, let me step back for a minute because now this makes a lot more sense about Philadelphia and about where our future lies. And so not only do we know where the poverty is, we also know who the face of poverty is. And while I can't find the statistic right now, we know that 42%, here it is. All right, so I want you to look at the one that says 42%. So 42% of our population of female households, female-led households, that's with or without children, 42% of them are in poverty.
Yeah.
And it doesn't, it's like, oh, okay, well, that's the norm. That's scary. That means as a woman, you live in Philadelphia, you're 42% more likely to be poor.
Yeah.
So
I wonder what that number was. Like, I mean, like, I wonder what that number was 10 years ago, and what is their projections to lower that number 10 years in our future? Like, what's the goal to address this issue?
Right. So we know that this plan came out of the city of Philadelphia. They have a portal called the Share Prosperity Philadelphia, and they have a number of goals to alleviate this. So their goals and strategies for addressing poverty in Philadelphia. They want to increase access to essential services and income-boosting benefits, provide pathways out of poverty, support education, employment, financial literacy, and asset building. They also want to prevent intergenerational transfer of poverty. I talk a lot about intergenerational poverty.
It all sounds political to me, though, Sonja. Like, I've heard this conversation so many times, like, everything you're reading to me, and I'm not trying to be, like, facetious or smart or anything, but what's the action? What's the actual plans? Where's the groups? Where's the resources? Like, all of this sounds good, and they've been saying this since forever. Like, we're supposed to be out of poverty. There was a campaign to end poverty for 2010. Then it was 2012. I mean, all these years it keeps saying we're going to end poverty, but where is the change? What is the actual action? Like, how can we be a part of this to see that they put the resources in our communities that's going to actually bring about those changes? And what's the cause for the poverty? Is it mental health? Is it domestic violence?
Right.
Is it purpose? So, I mean, I know what you're saying, and I appreciate you sharing this to me, but this sounds pretty political to me.
Yeah, I mean, I want to thank you for
it sounds like Philadelphia just saying what they look like in a poverty state just for some kind of funding for some type of study or something. I want to know what the programs and the initiatives are that they plan to bring out of this.
Well, we know that there's a lot of money coming to Philadelphia. President Obama, has targeted the Mantua area as a community that needs a lot of help and support. So we know that there is money earmarked for Philadelphia to alleviate these issues and to address these goals and strategies. The question is really about who has access to that money and those resources, and who are the key decision makers.
Right.
And we know, unfortunately, that it doesn't tend to be us. It doesn't tend to be the people at the bottom.
Yeah.
Right? And so another component of what we do is, again, I do a lot of advocacy and activism on my own time because I recognize that something is not right.
Right.
And I recognize that we're having these conversations about poverty, but we're not having the conversations with the impoverished.
Right. Exactly.
And on top of it, as a single mother living in deep poverty, don't let my education fool you. I really recognize that I feel like an outsider. I feel like I have no power and no voice to change my own situation. And I think that's a problem. And that's also a challenge for the philanthropic community as well as the public service community to start challenging themselves to really solve these problems. Like you said, this sounds like rhetoric and it gets talked about all the time. These are our goals and strategies. But unless people like you and me hold people accountable over the long term regarding these situations and regarding these statuses, we'll be stuck in the same situation over and over again.
Yeah. And the sad part is the way you feel right now. That your feeling of being stuck and not secure, that's the sad reality that needs to be addressed. And you're right, the philanthropy community needs to talk to us. And Mantua does need those resources. Yeah. But Mantua also has Drexel and University of Penn in that area also, which are great resources too. So we need to be tying into those resources. We need to tie into the Drexel resources because these are the people that's going to get these monies to put in our communities. So why aren't we building resources with them? And they are the right people, if you ask me, because I've met Ms. Rachel from Dornseth, which is a community partnership in Mantua. Great community partnership. Like, I wish we had a Dornseth in every part of Philadelphia. Wow. So they're great resources. We just got to learn how to tie into them and make them work for us and get those resources out to our communities. And I don't know, it's got to be accountability and transparent measures that also, because some people get the money and the money goes somewhere else. And I'm getting tired of that too. I'm getting tired of being robbed from our community. I was community organizing in Harrisburg. I found over $1 million to fix Harrisburg, but the low-income community of Harrisburg did not know about that $1 million grant. And that money got ate up by everybody and anybody except the people that it was supposed to take care of. So we need to be on top of these monies. If we know these monies are coming in, we need to be on top of those monies. We need to have committees going around those monies and make sure those dollars hit our communities and give us the support and resources that we really, really need and stop stealing from us. But they only steal from us if we allow them to. So if we hold them accountable, then we should be able to get some good results. And I really appreciate you sharing this with us today and bringing this up because it's an issue. So it's sort of like ties into the 42% of women in Philadelphia being in poverty, and then the women that's out there working to keep our communities from going into more oppression or poverty or coming out of their pockets. So they're in poverty too. I mean, these are the 42%. These are the women that represent some of that 42%. So I like the tie-in and how it's a bigger problem that we all need to focus on getting the funds for the families and for the people that's out there doing the work to make our communities safe and productive.
Right. And I also think another main component is that, and I hate to say this, poor people are not organized.
Yes.
So, when we talk about that 42% of women, is there an association for poor women in Philadelphia? No. Is there an association for welfare to work women in Philadelphia? No. Is there an association of homeless men? No. So, unfortunately, people get to do what they want because there is no organization, there is no structure, there is no cooperation and collaboration among people who are impoverished.
Yeah.
So, I think what you're talking about is really, like, you get it.
Oh, yeah.
And I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done in Philadelphia in general and all over. Poor people need to organize themselves.
Yeah.
And a lot of times that bothers people. Like when you're organized, there's organizations for millennials, there's organizations for college students. They're organized because they're in an institution. But we're in
Yeah.
institutions are unorganized. And so there is no balance of power really with regard to accountability because there is nothing there. There's nothing there given authority. There's nothing balancing those powers out. We're really, unfortunately, at the beck and call of the people in power.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of work that needs to be done. I'm saying women who are creating change in their community and are stepping out on a limb and doing the hard work, I think those women need to organize. Like you and I, we need to say, yes, we are working as one to alleviate some of these issues and to bring up some of these main points. And I think once we get organized, more people will understand the value of pulling together your resources. Because unfortunately, we've been apart for a very long time and we haven't gotten very far either.
Yeah. Well, I'm with you, Sonja. Like, I'm supporting you. I'm gonna tell you the women that I've met recently that I'm really supporting, and I hope I'm not offending anybody because I've interviewed quite a few people over these 4 years. But the organizations that I really believe in and are really doing the work that I'm supporting 100% is Social Changers, A Conversation with Our Daughters, Take Back the Night, I'm Free, Girls Justice League, Global Women's Strike, and Philly I Rock. Because Philly I Rock is the bomb. They're not on this call, but they will be on next. That's the organization. This young lady, she has a beautiful story also. And I met her through Girls Justice League. So the reason why I'm supporting Social Change and Girls Justice League, A Conversation with Our Daughters, is because we're all weaved together.
Yes.
I met y'all interweaving. You know what I'm saying? This is already a woven pattern here. We just got to come together.
Right.
So I don't know if we're going to do it under A Conversation with Our Daughters, if we're going to do it under Social Changer. I don't know what platform we're going to do, but you're very right. We do need to get organized.
Yes. Yep. We can do it in any of those. It really doesn't matter. What matters is us getting together. And I think that's a big, it becomes a big issue too, right? Which is like, whose organization do you go under? And who gets the resources? Who gets the whatever, the kudos or the credit or the funding? And, again, what we really focus on is having organizations come together collectively and not feeling like they lose their autonomy.
Right.
And that we work collaboratively, right? So like integrity, authenticity, those are major. They aren't taken lightly. When you are organizing, you need people to be authentic and to come to the table with integrity. So again, it really can go to whatever organization can do that best and whatever organization can hold space and pull all those people together collaboratively.
Yeah.
So I'm open for anybody who's willing to do it. I'm willing to take on the challenge in partnership with other people.
Right.
I'm definitely not interested in you know, being at the front of the line.
Right.
That's not, because it has nothing to do with me personally. It has to do with the fact that we need organization to solve some of these issues that we're having in our community and to start building our power back.
Yeah. And that's why I like you. And that's why we're connecting, because it's not about being a leader. It's about everybody taking ownership and doing their part.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes.
You're awesome. You're awesome. I'm glad we met. And I
Yeah,
look
me
forward to along with you.
too.
I
Yep.
see Aleasha is on. Aleasha, did you want to say anything?
It was just Miss Mitchell saying,
Wait, that's just
um,
Miss Mitchell.
"Hi, Sonja. How great work! Congratulations.
Thank you.
I support you as well."
Awesome.
It's not a matter of us form. We don't have to form anything new, like you said. You just come together as a coalition. I just sent a comment. Just come together as a coalition of organizations, each with their own autonomy, each doing their own thing, but work on some collective strategies.
Yeah.
So nobody has to do anything special, but together we can do a lot. Then if we form some collective strategies, all come to the meeting of the minds in terms of strategies, then we can all work on that in our individual ways and collectively. So it's doable as soon as we just decide to do it. So I'm definitely in support of it. It needs to be done, way overdue, and ready to get the ball rolling whenever everybody else is ready on it. Not a problem for me.
Awesome.
Well, can I just suggest that we let Miss Yvette create this conversation, because she's our elder and she has a lot of knowledge that she could pass on to us. And I just think she would be the best one to lead us in that direction and pulling us all together just because of her knowledge.
Well, thank you. I'm very honored. Let's get everybody together and say that they want to, and I will make a meeting for the heads of these different organizations, and we can go from there.
Sounds good.
Awesome. Y'all are awesome. I don't know. I'm free dropped for a second. I don't know if they're coming back on or not, but I'm very, very happy with today's conversation. I do expect at least one or two more guests to come on and talk about how they are changing attitudes towards women worldwide. Is there anything else you ladies would like to conversate about or add to the conversation?
I'm good. I'm just very proud of both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I'm just going to just talk about why I feel as though it's important to have this platform. And I've been documenting for 4 years women and organizations that's doing the work. And I just really felt the need for us to come together via these Google Hangouts, because we're all in the comfort of our home, right, part of the change. And it doesn't hurt to you, because social media is where it is right now, and it connects us to the people instantly. It's an instant connection. So right now, people all over the world are watching us. We have viewers. I don't know where they're viewing from, but we do have people watching us, and that's a good thing that our message is getting out there. So I just really think it's important that we learn to support each other, and that's the main purpose of this conversation, because it's Women's History Month, and I think we should support each other. My focus is building the woman, and really the African American woman, because the African American woman has been beaten down so bad that she feels as though she has to wear weave now, or she has to put all this makeup on, or somebody has to tell her she looks pretty for a black girl or pretty for a dark skinned girl. We have to. So I came up when there was afros. Everybody had an afro in my house. Everywhere I turned, there was afros, bell bottoms, and platform shoes. So that's what I come from. So when I see these young girls just flocking, even with their daughters that's 2, 3, 6 years old, flocking to the hair store and putting weave in the baby's hair, I'm like, there's a problem. I feel like, Sonja, there's a problem, and that's the reason why I'm out there, because there's a problem. So that's my reason for having this hangout today. And I'm just going to stay on another 30 minutes to see if my other guests join. If they don't join, because I'm very happy and my computer's not working, my camera's not working, so I can't end with my presentation that I wanted to end with. But I'm very happy with what we were able to accomplish today. I'm going to put this out to my network. I hope the funders are watching because we do have viewers, so hopefully they're funders and they see the work, the real work that's going on in our community, and they'll want to be a part of the work. And that's why I built the relationship with the funders. I don't just take anybody's money. I don't just let anybody fund my project. I want to know you. I want to know what you funded. I want to know what you're about before I let you be a part, or before I let us become a partnership and be the change that we want to see in our communities. So that's another reason for this platform. So I see Sal has just joined our conversation, and I want to introduce y'all to Sal. He's an artist, an awesome person making a change for the Femi community. I apologize for that little mistake. But he's a bold man doing some big stuff. And I seen him on Facebook. And the reason why I'm thanking him so much is because he made me realize that women and Femi are two different genders. So I can't say women and put Femi in the women's category, but we do share feminine ways, and that's why we are able to share this platform. So I'd like to introduce you all to Sal. He's an artist raising awareness about the Femi community. Hi, Sal.
Hi, Aleasha. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being with us. Can you tell us about your project?
I can. So, like Aleasha said, my name is Sal Munoz. My preferred gender pronouns are he and him. And I am a queer Chicano artist and community organizer living and working in Brooklyn. I've been making art as well as community organizing for about 10 years. And today I'm going to talk about my Femme photo project, which has recently received a lot of attention via social media. So the Femme project is a series of photographs and interviews that hope to challenge and reconfigure the commonly accepted definition of femme. So in gay and queer culture, femmes are typically only recognized when they are conventionally pretty, white, cisgender women whose femininity is seen in stark contrast to normative perceptions of queer women, right? So when we normally think of queer women, we think of like masculine of center women or butches or the boys, right? And femmes are seen as the opposite of that. So femmes are only defined by their proximity to something, be it masculine of center folks, cisnormative perceptions of gender, or Eurocentric standards of beauty. This definition is very limiting, and it erases a large number of femme-identified folks, including femmes of color and trans and gender nonconforming femmes. It also fails to recognize the agency of femmes to self-identify. It's seen as a label that is placed on people rather than an identity that an individual can claim for themselves. So this photo project showcases the diversity and variety of femme-identified folks. It defies the current definition of femme in favor of a more pluralistic understanding of the identity. Femme comes in all different shapes and sizes, in a variety of shades and colors, and in a wide range of genders. Most importantly, this project creates a space for femmes to publicly declare what femme means to them in their own words. Too often, femmes are seen as a reaction of masculine of center folks, or in heteronormative understandings of gender and relationships. So it's, again, about femme being a label and not an identity that people can claim out of their own agency. So by allowing femmes, especially femmes of color who are already excluded from the standard definition, to self-identify as such and have agency over what that means to them is very powerful. And it challenges the preconceived notions and limitations of who and what femme is. Some of the photos and interviews can be seen on my website. That's salmunoz, salmunoz.com /femme. And you can also find more information about the project there.
Do you have a Twitter handle, any social media handles?
I do. I can be found at Twitter at @gonebandanas with a Z at the end.
Go bandanas
Gone bandana. I can write it.
with a Z at the.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you on Facebook?
I am. I'm at facebook.com/SalMunoz96. And I've put all my links in the chat section.
Awesome. You're the best. So, what's the response so far? How's things been going?
It's been going really well. I had a show in LA in March, and that the Femme Project was by far the most popular piece in the show. And then once I put it on social media, it sort of exploded from there. I've already had, it's been up for about a week, and I've had 35 people from across the United States email me and ask to participate. So people are really excited about it. It's been really well received, and I'm really glad that I was able to put this together.
So how can I support you? How can we women support the Femi movement and just be there to support you and having your identity defined? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah. I think that what's important to remember is that not all women are femmes, and not all femmes are women, right? So everybody has an aspect of femininity to them, but that may not be the thing that they feel most comfortable expressing, or that may not be what's most important to their identity, but for other people it is, and that expands beyond our physical bodies, right? And to remember to not shame anybody for being too feminine or not feminine enough, right? And really respecting an individual's gender representation and presentation without question and without fear and without trepidation.
You're awesome. Mm-hmm. You are very awesome, and I'm very sensitive to femmes because I was a hairstylist. I had a friend that was a femi. I support her 100%, and I call her because that's how she told me to call her. So we had our own relationship. So I'm very supportive, and I understand what y'all go through. And I just want people to understand that you're people too. You're real people, and you deserve to be respected like people, like everybody else. So I'm very, very supportive of your project. Whatever I can do to help you, I'm going to help you. I'm getting ready to tweet the RuPaul and Miss Thang and everybody else. Had them call you up so they could be taking pictures and talking about Femi if that's the course they want to go through, you know?
Yeah, definitely. I'd like to do a screen share of the webpage if possible.
Please do. Yes, please do.
So if you go to the website, can you all see it?
Yes.
Okay. You can see some of the photos, and then below is a description. And then the next image is the interview with the person, and they talk about what femme means to them. So Shayna, she says that femme is a verb because it's something that's actively growing, and we're actively portraying ourselves by ourselves outside of those mainstream definitions. And then you can see her picture to the left. And then Alok talks a little bit about what femme means to them. And then I still have a lot more participants who are going to be uploaded in the next few weeks and stuff, so definitely keep an eye out for it.
Okay. And so what if we were doing a project here in Philadelphia? Would we be able to upload photos to your website to be part of the project, or is this exclusive you as the photographer doing the photos?
Yeah, it's me as a photographer, but I am looking into my travel options right now. Like, I'm applying for a couple of different grants and stuff, and I've been listening to the Hangout the whole time, so I really understand what you guys are talking about in terms of like trying to gather funding and stuff and making sure that money is like staying in our communities. So hopefully I'll be able to travel soon because there's been a lot of interest in people participating across the country.
Awesome. Well, the work you're doing is really awesome. All I can say is keep it up. You have my support. I sent you a little bit of money. When I get a little bit more, I'm going to send you a little bit more.
Thank
If you
you.
want to put up your PayPal link, however anybody can support you, we'll definitely do that. I hear you. Let me just say something. I have watching and they're sending in comments and they're coming through my email. But when I go to my email, it's making me slow down with this broadcast. So I apologize if I can't get to all your comments right now, but I'll send them to the presenters and see if they can answer your comments, and we could talk that way. I apologize. Like, this is new to me too, and it's really slowing down on my computer. I think I need to get a bigger computer. But thank you for watching. Thank you all for your support. I'm sorry that you PayPal. Yeah, I see it. I see it.
Yeah, and if you have any questions directly to me, you can always email me. My email address is sal@salmunoz.com, or feel free to reach out via social media, whatever you feel more comfortable with.
You're the best.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. Okay. Thank you, Sal. Sonja, if you want to come back and start had a conversation again, that's good. You want to join? You forgot to post. Did you want to share something, Sonja?
Oh, hello?
Yes.
Yeah. So our stories can be seen on Storify, the stories behind female social entrepreneurs. And that link is the Storify link. And I'm sending that out as well. And then we also can accept donations through Fractured Atlas. And I'm just going to show that really quick. I feel like as a woman, I always forget to ask for money. I never think to ask for money. I'm like, oh, just keep doing what I do. But
yeah,
I'm glad that Salvador said that, because I was like, oh yes, we do. Like, this stuff does cost.
exactly.
So this is our Fractured Atlas page, supporting women, the stories behind female social entrepreneurs. You can donate directly from that page. What we say is, give her a chance to tell her story. We recognize that everybody has a story, and we think women especially have a story. And, normally have a story and don't say anything about it, or kind of keeps it to themselves. So my goal, again, is just to create space for women to share their stories, especially women who are doing stuff in the community and are moving forward on some of their issues. So that was it. I just wanted to make sure those links were there as well.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you all. I'm Free has joined the call, and I just want to introduce these women. I'm Free, females re-entering, empowering each other. They work for women who are caught in the justice system. These are two wonderful women, Dr. Renea and Patrina. They have done the work out of their pockets. They have been doing the work, and I just wanted them to share with us how they are changing attitudes towards women in the justice system. Hi, Patrina. Hi, Dr. Renea.
Hi. Hi, Aleasha. Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you. We see y'all well.
Okay.
We're trying to share with us
the lower third on.
Awesome.
Trying to remember what you taught me.
Yeah, thank you.
See it saved.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
It shows okay. I can't see it on my end.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, excellent.
It's on.
Oh, wait. The website's missing though. Let's try that again.
Okay. Well, Dr. Renea, can you tell us how you all are doing the work to change attitudes towards women in the justice system?
Absolutely. We are, if you will, the boots on the ground. I mean, I may have the doctorate, but don't let that fool you. I'm a sister from, from the hood that believe that we have some powerful people in our neighborhoods, and unfortunately what's happening right now is that they are imprisoning a lot of our sisters, and there are some brilliant amazing women that are locked up. Yes, a lot of them may be entering that system because they have been traumatized, if you will, not just by people in their households or in their communities, but unfortunately they're walking into a system and they're also being traumatized by that system. So what we're attempting to do is to just make people aware of, and so aware of the fact that there are a lot of sisters who are being held captive right now. They are slaves in that system. And yes, a lot of folk will argue that, okay, well, they put themselves there. Well, maybe, but a part of what what we're teaching is about gender-responsive trauma-informed care. And so if, in fact, some of these sisters have been traumatized for the majority of their lives, and then you're trying to get them to behave differently in different systems, well, they don't know how to do that. We have to teach them that. We have to hold them up. We have to lift them up. We have to pour love into them because, unfortunately, some of them may not have experienced that. And then they end up in the system that's going to victimize and traumatize them even more. So we're just out there, going to conferences, talking to people, any place we can go to just make people aware of the number of women who are being held captive these days behind the walls. And what they're going through. And again, don't sleep on my sisters that are back there because they are brilliant, loving, caring women who want to be with their children. I mean, even if they're drug addicts, let's say, they still love. They still want to be with their children. And so we're just trying to make people aware of that at this point. And before we go any further, can I say that Sister Sonja, it was amazing listening to the conversation between the two of you. And then the young sister who came on to share her amazing poetry, oh my God.
Yeah.
So as a being, we are brilliant, loving women. That's what we do naturally. A lot of us, and we talk about having the spirit of Ubuntu, and Patrina can go into that, but that's who we are as a woman, right? And Aleasha, the other thing that you just said, and I loved the piece about, so to be, somebody have to say you're good looking for a dark-skinned sister. Well, here we are, right here, right?
I know that's right.
Sisters that are in power. We stand in our glory. We stand in our great, right here. And so I'm gonna get off of that for a moment and let Patrina.
But I want you to come back to that. You can get off of it, but I definitely want you to come back to that, please.
Okay. Get off, but come back.
Right.
So, Aleasha, I've been watching and listening to the other presenters this afternoon and feeling like, oh wow, we should have put up this presentation and we should have done this. And so I've got two computers here trying to figure out what else I might want to share. And who knows where this conversation will go. But we first, before we forget, want to just thank you for the opportunity to do this. You're always having us stretch and do something a little out of our comfort zone, and the more we do it, the more comfortable we become with it. And you've said we have to be our best advocates. So thank you for the opportunity to be here this morning or this afternoon in front of however many people are watching.
Don't make me nervous.
Don't make you nervous. I'm glad it doesn't say on our screen.
Y'all do great work. Y'all do great work, and when I volunteer with y'all, like, I cry. When I come over there and I do work with y'all, I cry because of the work that y'all do. You are two very strong women, and I don't know, did y'all read the blog that I wrote about y'all? That was very real.
Yes, we did. Finally, it took a while. It's been a busy month, but busy is a good thing. Yes, so thank you for that. It was very sweet and touching, really touching. Yeah.
Okay, so we're having our own moment here, and we're getting ready to get off of that and go back to the conversation. But I just want to say y'all do great work, and I support y'all 100%. I know I'm not over there as much because I don't like going in the jails, and I'm scared to go in there in the courthouses, and I told y'all that before. So if y'all could use me any kind of way, that's fine. But even when I went to the workshop with Renea, it was still moving for me, and I just don't know if I'm ready to do that type of volunteer work with y'all, but I could do work in the office and other type of work,
Absolutely.
We need you to do the work that you all do. So can y'all continue telling us about what you all do?
Sure. We actually just started with a new population last week. We've been at Riverside Correctional Facility, which is the county jail in Philadelphia for women. And we've been there for 2.5 years. And just recently, the warden came to us and asked, would we work with the women who are in the administrative segregation population, so ADSEG as they call it. And these are women who are generally locked down for 23 of 24 hours. And he saw what we were doing with the women in general population and asked, could we work with this group of women? And so just last Tuesday we started with this group, and talk about emotional, because normally we've done it, and people have talked about going in and hearing the doors slam behind you, and there's that, and that's been there since the beginning, but we're used to being in a classroom setting where the door is unlocked, and the women come in, and you know there are plenty of desks and they're free to sit where they'd like to sit. But this new population that we're working with, and it's just 5 women, but because they're in administrative segregation and for their safety and ours, these women are shackled. And I feel myself getting emotional as I start to talk about it, but they come in, so not just handcuffed, but their wrists are cuffed this way. They're then shackled to their waist, and their legs are also have cuffs on them. And so imagine trying to write, you know, trying to maneuver metal handcuffs and almost like a huge lockbox, and trying to do the work that we ask them to do in the classroom. And they've been very willing, but it has been so emotional for us because it's a different setting. It's not the way that we want to see our sisters. It's it really tugs on our heartstrings when we're in there, and so trying to keep a strong face and go in there and do the job that we said we would do, but also really trying to reach these women and realize that no matter what she did, and generally we don't look up their charges, it's not really our concern. We want to get to know her and what she needs to help transform her life. Our tagline, if you will, is transforming, the class actually is called Transforming One Woman at a Time, Reintegration Support, and our tagline is changing minds, transforming lives, one woman at a time. And so it doesn't really matter if we have a class of 20 or in this case a class of 5, because we are really trying to transform one woman at a time, and knowing that when we affect change in her life, it affects more than just her. It's her children, it's her immediate family, it's her community. So we put the time in, and we work with her, and I started to say it doesn't really matter what her crime is, because we've not really paid attention to that. We want to get to know her as a human being, as a woman, as a young woman. The class that we have, they're ranging now 20 to 32, give or take. So, you know, fairly young.
Can I just add this one?
Why do they have to be in shackles? Why do they have to be in shackles for you to work with them? I apologize. I'm not you off, Renee. Dr. Renee, I didn't cut you off.
It's okay, because I mean we had to pray about this, to be quite honest. I don't know who's on the line. I hope you don't mind me saying that we're women that believe in the power of prayer, and so we had to pray about it before we even went into this situation, because a part of the issue is, in my mind at least, because at times I could be pretty radical, and so sometimes I have to step out of the way. And it's more about empowering my sister and letting her know that she's worthy of more than just that thing that she's in at this point. And so we had to pray about it and to make sure it was okay. And they're shackling them because these women, unfortunately, are women who are on lock for 23 out of the 24 hours a day. And unfortunately, sometimes they don't get that 24th hour. They're locked in at that time as well. But because they're angry, because they're hurting, because they will lash out, well, if you, and I have to be careful because of the work that we do, but if you keep them in prison, they're already in prison in their minds, right, and in their bodies themselves.
Right.
But when you take them and throw them into captivity, and then you take them in that captivity and throw them into the bowels of the prison, if you will, which is another form of prison. So these women are not free at all. They're in their rooms for 23 hours, and they get 1 hour out. So the 1 hour that they're getting with us, and they're actually allowing them to be with us, and we're usually with them for about 2, maybe 2.5, depending on, you know, how much work we're doing that day. But they're there because they're saying they are, if you will, the hardest to serve population. They are the most aggressive population. But what we're finding out is that while their trauma, if you will, and their past may have brought them to that place because of the pain that they're in, when they are with us, yes, they act out at times, but it's natural, it's normal behavior. We see gentle, loving Black and brown women. And I do want to say there's a Caucasian sister who we're working with up there as well. But she's my sister as well. And so we do see these women who are hurting. And so because they're hurting, they're afraid that they're going to lash out. And some of them may have already lashed out. So a long answer to that question, why they're shackled. That's why they're shackled, Aleasha.
Yes.
Well,
would y'all like to share, like, the good parts? I know it's hard. I don't want to say the good part because it's all good because y'all do the work. It's not many women that's strong enough to do the work that you all do, going in these prisons, seeing these women in the shackles, and caring about them. And that's the most important piece, is the caring piece. Y'all don't go in there just for the money. Y'all don't go in there just to do the job. You do because you care about these women. If it wasn't for you, these women wouldn't have that hour out of this lockdown of a prison inside of a prison. So can you tell us, like, what do you get from the women? What do those women tell you? And what motivates you to keep doing what you're doing?
Right. The ultimate payment, you know that commercial, that priceless, how does that commercial go? Just the love, that's priceless. No matter what happens, just being able to hear my sister's story and to see her smile for that hour, or to see her engage for that hour, that's priceless. If I can just touch her, I mean, you know, we're not supposed to touch, but we will give a little high five. And actually, as Patrina said, you try to get them high five, you forget. You know, so right. So I can give you a little low five.
I know that's right.
Right? But just being able to do that, to see her smile, to see just a sneak peek of who she really is, right? I mean, just because, again, don't get it twisted. Just because these sisters are incarcerated don't mean that she doesn't have an awesome spirit. Now, a lot of them, unfortunately, have been sexually abused. They've been physically abused. And so they act out of that place, if you will. And when they begin to act out of that place, it's painful and scary. And so we try to get them to, one, acknowledge that that's real, that that's true, that thing right there that caused you to begin to act outside of your beauty, outside of your grace, outside of who you are as a powerful woman. That thing is real. Now we just have to get you to see it, own it, work on healing that so that you can show up in your glory again. And that's what we try to do when we're up there. And that's the grace, that's the gift, that's the smile, that's the love that we are paid. Because we're not paid any dollars, trust me, to go up in there. We're not. That's not why we're doing it.
No. Sometimes, Aleasha, while we're in the class, and I'm trying to think who recently said it, but one of the women realized, there's two stories I'm thinking of. You know, we have those butterflies, and we've asked women, I actually have one sitting here. We asked the women, you know, that one's yellow, you can't really see it, but what are you free from? And so that one said worry, second-guessing myself, worrying, stress, miserable, negativity, so on and on. So one of the women came, she had been in our class sometime last year, and they tend to show up in the classroom when they know we're going to be there. And we had just done butterflies that day, and I said to her, fill out a butterfly for me. What are you free from? Now realize she took our class months ago, and she's still in there. So she's not physically free from the prison yet, but she was finally free from the guilt, if I have this right, the guilt of her father's death. Mm-hmm. Now her father, or the anger maybe it was, her father died probably 20-something years ago, but she was holding on to this anger and the abandonment of him leaving her and him being her whole world. And so 20 years later, 6 months after our class, she's free of that. So having these aha moments and seeing it, being right there with them is amazing. Another woman last week said that her family sends her money, they send her cards, but she didn't feel like they were doing enough, or that they didn't get it. And finally she realized, I need to be grateful for what they are doing, because so many women don't even get that. They don't get visits from their kids, they don't get calls, they don't get cards. So something clicked. Right. Was it something we said? Was it something, we can't take credit for all of it, but it is great when you're there and you can be a part of that, that transformation, that awakening. Yeah. And then the other side of it is when we actually see her on the outside. Our phone rings constantly with women calling us and saying, I just got out, or I've been out for a week. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to call. I've been catching up with my boo or whomever. But they call us and they're looking to continue that relationship that we built on the inside. Because although it's only 6 weeks and 2 hours for each of those weeks, we build a relationship with each other. And, you said you went with us to one of the classes that we did outside of the prison in one of the community corrections facilities. And it's not just the two of us. We take a team in with us because there are days one of us might not be able to go, or we go and support the women when they're in court. We will stand up in front of her judge and say what she's been doing with us, how well she's been doing, and that she has additional support after she's released. And sometimes, just because of conflicts, one of us can't be there. But if she has seen your face in the classroom and then she sees you in the courtroom, she knows that you're from I'm Free. She knows that there's someone there supporting her. A lot of women have burnt bridges, and so their family members don't show up to court for them. And although this wasn't something we had decided in the beginning that we were going to do, it kind of evolved because one of the women said, I've got court tomorrow or the next day, and my family's not going to come. Would you be able to come? And then we realized, oh, wow, this is a need. So now it's something that we've just incorporated into what we do.
That's awesome.
Yeah, but you're okay. We understand that you don't want to go to court. There are others who do, so that's fine. We all have our talents, and we're big on all the volunteers that come to work with us, not asking them to do something because that's what we need done, but asking them to do what their passion is that's going to help move I'm Free forward. Because they're more likely to do it, they're more willing to do it with a smile on their face, and it's a win-win. We all have to stuff envelopes every now and then, but that's not what we want any one person to do all the time. It's, what's your talent, bring you to the table, and how can we help each other move forward?
Well, you two are amazing, and I can't say it enough. But you are amazing, and the work that you do is very much needed. I apologize, my camera stopped working, so I have to leave my picture up there. Otherwise, it'll just be a black screen when I'm talking. But I just would like for you to, can you talk about the girls? Have y'all done any work with girls that's caught in the justice system? And is there any solutions or anything that we could do to keep our girls from entering this justice system? Do y'all see anything, any hope? Do you hear anything from the girls in the justice system? Do they tell y'all anything that we need to hear that we can support them?
Yeah, well, when you say girls, we work with, and we call them women. They're 18 to, 18 and older. So we don't get an opportunity to work with the juvie that are at RCF. I think that would be a special case. But the young ones, the 18-year-old ones,
18, 19, 20.
yeah, we've had a few in there, and unfortunately, I do have to say that the majority of those young sisters, when they come in, the work that we do is a little intense. And so because we're wanting them to recognize this system for what it is and to have them not re-enter the system. So we go deep and we go hard. And sometimes it's a bit much and a bit scary. But for the most part, you know, you'll hear some of them talk about in terms of wishing that they had their education or wishing they stayed, you know, in school or listened to their parents and not got involved with the wrong crowd, if you will. But really, they wish that they had more structure is an issue too. If someone would have paid attention to them. Unfortunately, what we're also finding is that a lot of these sisters had parents who didn't pay that much attention to them, or they ended up in the foster care system. And because they're in the foster care system, and that's a painful system as well, then they ended up in prison. So it's really difficult for us to say in terms of the young girls, and I'm not sure where, because I'm looking at girls all the way up to 20, 21. That from 18 to 21, I see that as young girls.
Me too.
And so with them, it's about education. It's about learning about relationships. It's about being taught how to be a woman. It's about being taught just how to be in a relationship. These are some of the things that we said. We've heard them say. We've also, in terms of unhealthy relationships, we have heard them say that no one ever taught them that, for example, in their environment, it's okay to yell and scream at each other. It's okay for her to smack him or him to hit her, because that means they love each other. And so we have to teach them that that's not a healthy relationship, by no means. And they schooled us as well, because I remember one of the young sisters saying that, you know, we said to her, well, let's talk about a relationship and what a healthy relationship looks like. And she said, through our lens, right? Through our lens and the way we view things, and if you're not, you know, a sister who is, and the sister talked about poverty and what happens when you are a woman who's living in poverty, what that looks like, because your environment says that it's an aggressive, sometimes aggressive environment, because it's about getting yours, and that's no disrespect at all. We have to do what we need to do to get ahead. Now, that's not saying that I want everybody to go out there and, you know, rip people off or hurt people and all of that, but we have to survive, and we're in survival mode. And so the sister said pretty much to us, this is my environment. If I behave the way you want me to behave in my environment, I forgot how she put the word, but it doesn't work for her. Right. It doesn't work for her. So she has to, oh, I called her sweet. I called her, and she was like, sweet. You know, and I was like, no, you know, so let's have a conversation about sweet, and don't get it twisted, you know. So Aleasha, you know, I can be pretty crazy when I go into I said, listen, don't get it twisted. When I say sweet, I said, let me ask you a question. Have you ever had a toothache? Right? I said, and so you pop some candy in your mouth, right? Candy, sweet. You pop that candy in and it hit that nerve. What happens? It hurts like hell, right? It could hurt. So in other words, don't get it twisted. You could be sweet, but sweet can hurt. And so we talked about that, and it was an amazing conversation, because she got it, that she doesn't always have to act so tough and so rough to be who she wants to be. Right, so I mean, we've learned a lot of things from the sisters, and this is the like I said, the 18 to 21-year-old. We have to school them, we have to lift them up, and we also have to meet them where they are, and that's what we try to do.
Do y'all have any campaigns coming up?
We do. We're we have volunteers everywhere, and you know, like again, I said earlier in the beginning that you push us to get out of our comfort zone. we have others who have asked us to do things, or they're doing things on our behalf, and we're like, okay, don't know how to do that, make it happen. But we are in the midst of working on a, let me get this right, Indiegogo campaign. I don't want to name any other company, but it's one of those crowdfunding sources that, so we're working with Temple University, and they're creating a Support Her campaign, which derived from our Dignity Bag that you've heard of, that one of the things that the women need, but it's difficult to put in, is undergarments. So literally, bras and panties are expensive, new ones, right? So you can get donated clothing, and people are always giving us toiletries, so we have an abundance of, but undergarments are a problem. And so we had this conversation with a group at Temple a few months ago, and we said, you know, we really need bras. Bras are expensive. And we talked about having a Support Her campaign, you know, literally supporting her, but supporting her globally, supporting her in all aspects of her reentry. And so we're creating a video to go with the campaign, so it's been delayed a little bit, but it is coming up. So it's the Support Her campaign, or the I'm Free Support Her campaign, and Temple University is helping us with that. It's going to feature a number of our women who have come out, either that we worked with on the inside or that we've met on the outside and have worked with, and how I'm Free has helped them transition, and just some of the struggles that they've faced being a mother, being a woman, being involved with the criminal justice system. I heard a term yesterday, in conflict with the criminal justice system. And, you know, changing the language, I think this is a perfect venue, Aleasha, to talk about changing the language about offenders or ex-prisoners or ex-cons, not necessarily the language that we want to use anymore. And what we've also learned is that not everybody who's in there has actually committed a crime. There's one woman in particular that we worked with at RCF who volunteered with us when she came out for quite some time, but she spent 17 months at RCF. In jail. Luckily, she had family who could take care of her daughter, so she did not lose her daughter while she was there. But 17 months of her life, and after a 2-week trial, they realized, oh, you didn't do it. All charges were dropped. So not everybody there actually did something.
Right.
And I think a lot of people have that attitude, or at least let me speak for myself. I did in the beginning before I was knowledgeable of the prison industrial complex and how it's really been set up for black and brown people and poor, a lot of poor white people are in the system and get caught in this vicious cycle and can't seem to get out of it. I really figured if you did something, you deserved the time. And then I learned that not everybody who's in has actually done something. And even if you have done something, sometimes the time that you get is not appropriate, if you will, for the crime. So you know, we've learned quite a bit since we started this organization back in 2011.
So the other campaign, the other project that's coming up is our our fundraiser, Aleasha.
Second annual Partners in Freedom fundraising event. First one filmed by Aleasha Dorsey.
Yes. So do y'all have information to share with us? Can y'all put that in the chat box? Do y'all have that up yet?
Okay, wait, chat box. I got the lower third. Now you want me to do something else?
Yeah, close the toolbox, and then there's on the side, it says it's a blue and white box. My computer's acting funny. I can't bring up enough. I apologize.
Chat. Oh, there's two things over there. People said something.
Yeah, the chat box.
Oh, okay. All right, so
if you can put that information in there, you'll be sharing it with everybody that's on this chat, and then I'll share it with the network.
What am I putting? Oh, Partners in Freedom. Okay, so the Partners in Freedom
and Support Her campaign. Well, we don't know when
fundraising event and award. Award presentation is going to be Tuesday, June 16th at The View in Philadelphia on Broad Street.
How much? How much are the tickets?
Tickets are $50 because it is a fundraiser. 800 North Broad. And our guest speaker is Dr. Bethridge, can I say that?
Yeah.
I already said it.
Did you confirm that?
Okay.
You might not want to say that yet.
Okay, so if it's not
Never mind,
confirmed.
I can't say who our guest speaker is, although I just did. But last year, you know, we honored Mary DeWitt, who's
I
an
don't
artist.
see it. You didn't hit this. You didn't hit the submit button.
Sorry. How do I do it? Did that do it?
There it is. Yep, there it is.
Okay.
Got it.
Support her.
Oh, and then support her campaign. Support her.
And that's to be, I guess you look on the
Support her oops, spell it right. So to learn more about the Support Her campaign, you just
And you
have
didn't
to
put
follow
the
us.
$50 in there for the fundraiser. The ticket price is $50 for the fundraiser.
Support her campaign. Follow us on Twitter or Facebook. And we are, oops, shoot.
It's okay. Take your time. Take your time. So, so when a person gets locked up for 17 months and then they're found not guilty, their whole life just changed for 17 months. Are y'all able to help that young lady who's been, her whole life has just been changed for 17 months? So do y'all help her also? And how do y'all help people who first of all, have that situation come to you where somebody got locked up and then came home found not guilty?
Yes, that did happen. And the young woman, so yes, we worked with her. She actually volunteered with us for about almost a year, if not a year, once she came home, after she was released. So we worked with her when she was in. She went through that entire 17 months. Once she got out, she contacted us, and we brought her on so that we could work with her and teach her about I'm Free and let her get, she pretty much modeled, is that the right word? Modeled us and followed us and worked with us in the office, and she learned what it was like to set up an organization, you know, what was happening on the inside. She pretty much became our volunteer coordinator. She knew exactly the ins and outs of what we did at I'm Free. And so we tried to mentor her, if you will, and some of the sisters too, if they come out and they're working with us, one of the things we say is that we're partners. Yeah. We don't call them clients. We don't, with all that other stuff that people call them. We're partners, and they are, they support us, they educate us, we support them, we educate them. And so it's more about a partnership versus someone is coming to be a client. So this sister came in, and we worked with her. The good thing is that she had a supportive family.
Yeah.
You know, and that was, I think, her saving grace, that she had a supportive family, that once she returned home, she was able to be reconnected with her family and had a place to live and all of that. She went back to school. We worked with her on making sure she got back in school. So she's in school. She even got a scholarship to go to school. She comes and she works with us on her, you know, her assignments, even though I try to push her to do her assignments maybe a week before it's due instead of the day before it's due. But, you know, again, it's a skill, right, and it's she needs to just be taught, and she's learning. And, by the way, she's doing well in school. She's doing well all over, you know. So, yes, we will support them any way we can. And so it's not one of those cookie-cutter things that we do. It's pretty much when a sister comes in, whatever help she needs is what we help her with. So if it's about getting her SSI or Social Security or however all those things are, we will work with her on doing that. If it's about getting her daughter back or going to court with her, or her children back, you know, we would work with her on that. If it's about getting some insurance, we will work with her on that. Whatever her issues are. So again, we're not a cookie cutter thing. It's my sister comes in, whatever she needs. If we can help her with that, we will help her with that, including helping her do her homework.
Right. And Aleasha, as you know, we don't have the experience, so we have volunteers who have lived experience, and we utilize forensic peer specialists and women who have been in our class, who have come out and are doing well, who can either go back in and talk to the women who are currently in, or when the women come to the office, there's somebody else who's been there, been in your shoes, who has gotten to the other side and can tell you how they did it and even hold your hand as you're doing it. So it's not just us. It's a team of great volunteers, of women who have been in, women who have not been in, men and women actually have decided to work with us in different capacities, in whatever way they feel like they can lend to the forward movement of I'm Free.
Well, I just want to say that the work that y'all do is awesome.
Yeah.
I don't even know where to begin, but I grew from working with you two ladies. I grew first when the first interview I did with you, and Patrina, you told me how your views changed because you was one way before you started working with people in the justice system, and then being in the justice system made you open your eyes and see, like, wait a minute, this isn't right. Like, this isn't how people should be treated.
Right.
And then I grew watching Dr. Renea. I think y'all both are awesome, but Dr. Renea took me somewhere when she took me to that event, to the workshop with those young ladies, and I started hearing those young ladies' stories, and I was trying not to cry, I was trying not to get emotional, so I kind of like stayed out of it. But just watching Dr. Renea and her power move those young ladies, and then watching them move her, it did something to me. And seeing that what you two women are two women that are advocating for these women, and y'all learn from these women, and then y'all bring them the resources or the support that they need. And I think that's what makes y'all special and what makes you stand out to those women and make you really important for helping women incarcerated, because they need people that care. Y'all weren't in the jail system. Neither one of y'all ever got locked up. You know what I'm saying? You're doing this because
knock on wood.
And you're never going to jail. Believe that. But you're doing it because you care, and that makes a difference. It's not about money. It's about being the change that you would like to see, and you have the skill and the talent to help these women. So I just really, really, really love what y'all do, and I support y'all 100%. The best way I can to support I'm Free.
Thank you, and I appreciate you saying that I'll never go, and I try hard every day to live a upstanding citizen life, but the point is that it doesn't take much, that any one of us could go any day for something really stupid, an accident waiting to happen, and it can completely turn your whole life around, turn your family upside down. And I know we're at our end of our time, but I would say that for anybody who's listening who has a family member who's on the inside, whether it's a man or a woman, that your support is the biggest thing you can give them, even if you don't have money to put on their books. A letter, a visit, an uplifting word can mean the world to that person, and that's what we found is the ones who have support, family support, community support, that they're connected. Those are the women who come out and they're doing really well. The ones who are not connected and don't have that support, we find the next time that we're in teaching another class, we see them in the hallways. Mm-hmm. So support her. That Support Her campaign means a number of things. Support her in any way that you can, because it's going to make a world of a difference.
Right, because after all, she is your daughter, she's your sister, she's your mother, she's your auntie, she could be your cousin, your woman. She's you. So it's important for us to support her. And let me just say this last piece, if it's time for us to go, that there are times that it's not just about the building that imprisons us. We get stuck right here, and we imprison ourselves right here, especially as women. And so one of the things that we are big on is, as sisters, it's important to help your sister be free from the confounds of her own mind, to free her, to allow her to know that she's great, she's beautiful, no matter what she's gone through, to free herself from that pain, to free herself from that guilt. Because a lot of women, when they are released from behind the bars, they begin to hold on to the guilt, and so they're not free. And so what we try to do is to teach her to be free from all of that, so that she can show up in her glory. And Aleasha, I want to say, really thank you for taking on such an awesome mission, for having a vision to empower, uplift, change the world in terms of what we as women go through. So I just want to thank you, and I want to recognize who you are as a powerful sister, and that we truly know that we have grown from you as well in terms of not just your skill set, but your spirit and who you are and how you operate on the planet. And I want to say that I love you for that, and thank you.
Oh, I love y'all both. And one other thing, how I grew with y'all is y'all don't judge the women. Like you told me that if they come back a second time and you see them a third time, you're still right there and you're not there judging them. And I think that's really, really important, that you don't have a judgmental mindset when you're helping people, because you don't know their icebergs and you don't know why they keep coming back. So I think that's what makes you two women like really, really special. And I just thank y'all for the work because it's needed. So in closing, can you, one at a time, say, my name is Katrina and I'm changing attitudes towards women worldwide. And then Dr. Renee, you could do the same thing. And then Miss Yvette and Aleasha, if y'all could come on and do the same thing, and Sonja, and we could just end it that way.
Okay.
Okay. So wait, but you have a new hashtag, Aleasha. You sure you don't want the women and femme?
You're right. Thank you, Katrina. See, I'm growing, and this advocacy is growing too. So yes, exactly. So my name is Katrina, and I'm changing attitudes towards women and femmes worldwide.
Okay. All right. So my name is Katrina Young, and I'm changing attitudes towards women and femmes worldwide.
And my name is Dr. Renee, and I'm changing attitudes towards women and femmes worldwide.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Let me know when you come over and help.
Thank you.
Thank the sisters that went before us.
Aleasha, are you ready?
Wait, I just wanted to say thank you for complimenting me on my poetry. That made me very happy.
That's awesome. When we turned it on, you were talking about skyscraper. I was like, oh no, we missed the beginning.
Okay, here's our.
And it just so very important. All the things that you said. I'm focused mainly on younger women when you talked about it, but it's just that conversation, letting young girls and young women know that we love them, embrace them, and so they can be the beautiful spirit that they are. I really appreciate and honor you for your work.
Also, I want to add something. Like, my cousin just currently got locked up, and he wrote me a letter, and like, I honestly, like, probably I'm looking at it right now, like, ooh, in January, whoa. And I kind of like been like hesitant because I'm like, I don't know what to say, and like part of me is kind of really upset with him because like I looked at him as a big brother, and then it's kind of like, how could you do this to us? And then just by hearing your what you were saying, I literally, like, I'm currently right now, if you can see it, I'm writing to him. So thank you so much for that.
And it's just about saying exactly what you just said, you know, like, because maybe he didn't know that he was maybe your hero or a support person, and to make him feel like he's a giant, even if he's behind those walls.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sometimes we don't have to have the perfect words. We just have to have some kind of words.
Right.
Yeah. So write them back. Tell them you love them. Tell them you were mad at them. It's okay.
Right. That's right.
It's okay to be honest.
Let's be real. Keep it real, though.
But write them back.
Okay. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. It's great hearing from you.
Okay, so Miss Yvette and Aleasha, could y'all please, because I've closed it out, just state your name and say, I'm changing attitudes towards women and femmes worldwide, one at a time, please.
Okay. Hello, I'm Aleasha, and I'm changing attitudes to women and femmes worldwide.
Thank
And I'm
you.
Yvette Mitchell, and I'm changing attitudes toward women and femmes worldwide. Great job, Aleasha.
Thank you both. Thank you.
All right, thank
Sonja,
you.
can you do the same, please? And I see you here, baby Sonja. Hi, baby Sonja. How are you?
Say good. And her little voice. Yeah, so this is Sonja and Bella,
Hi, Bella.
founders of Social Changher, and we're changing the attitude toward women and femmes worldwide. Thank you.
Y'all the best. Thank you all. I'll talk to you soon. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Who is she? Who is she?
So this is my closing presentation about hashtag changing attitudes towards women and femmes worldwide. I just like the way that I'm growing. I like everything that I'm learning. And next month, I'm going to have more women on here to talk about what they're doing to be the change they want to see in our communities, so that we all are going to save productive life. We have lots of issues. We have lots of things to talk about. This is just the beginning of our conversation. Hopefully next year it'll be just twice as big. Maybe we'll be in a convention center with a bunch of women. And then the year after that, we'll be in every country in a convention center with a bunch of women talking about the work that we're doing to change this world, to make life better for us all. We're all going to be strong. We're all going to do our part. I love being a woman. It's nothing like being a woman. I wouldn't change it for a world. I want to protect all our women, all our young sisters. We're here for you. I'm here for you. We can do this. We can stop all the hate, all the oppression. We can do this. Thanks to everybody that joined the conversation and shared the platform to educate the world about the change lives as women. Let me move this so y'all can. Oh, pretty much. this concludes my presentation, but not the conversation. We will continue this conversation. Hashtag changing attitudes towards women and femmes worldwide. We're going to talk about the issues, the feminist issues, the issues of being a woman, the identity issues, the image issues, and just building some support, because it's past time that we as women come together and not create a movement, because it's not even about a movement. It's about creating a bond, creating that sense that we belong, because so many of us don't know where we belong, you know? So let's just be there for each other. Let's learn to support the women that we know. And even if you don't know, if you see a sister walking down the street and her head is down, just say hi. That one hi might be all she needs, you know? And if you can't say hi, smile. Just smile at them. Sometimes it's all it takes. It's just for somebody to be recognized, you know? You never know. Our stories are alike. We're all interwoven. We just don't talk. We just don't speak on these issues. Like the hard to have conversations. We got to have these conversations. We got to get past all the BS. We know what works and what don't work. Come on, women. We can do this. We are the change we want to see. You know, after reading Zapatistas, I apologize, my tongue gets twisted sometimes. But the Zapatistas woman, the strength in reading that book is like, I'm putting that book in every hand. When I start having workshops and I get funded, I'm getting funded to buy that book. That's one of the books I'm going to be using to help us build these platforms to get change. I was at the UN yesterday, and the one young lady said, well, and she'll be on, hopefully I'll have her on next week so she can tell her story. But so I'm not going to tell the whole thing. But the bottom line is she doesn't know about funding. I met another young lady at Family Style Poetry, Asian Art Initiative, Yellow Rage. They do it the last Friday of every month. Those poets are advocates. Art is an advocacy. Understand who you are and what you are. And then we can move further and we can get those things that we're supposed to get. Photography is an art. Did you know you can make money off of photography? Sign language is an art and in big demand. We got to wake up. We got to support each other and share these resources. I love you all. I look forward to this conversation again. I look forward to us growing. It's just a matter of time because it's past time. It's just a matter of time. That's all I can say. My camera stopped working on me today, so I can't really show you my face like I would like to. But know that this is not a joke. This is not a test. This is not a trend. This is our reality. And it's up to us to be the change we want to see in our communities. And we women, we can do this. We can do this. Until next week, peace.